Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case.
Story 1. It was small at first, a gap in the drywall too narrow for anything to fit through. I noticed it after hearing scratching behind the kitchen counter. The hole grew wider over the days, revealing layers beneath the surface that looked disturbingly organic. Not pipes, not insulation, something soft, something wet. Then I saw it, small teeth, barely visible in the shadows, lining the edge of the gap like a grim smile. I tried to plaster it shut. The next morning, the mouth was open again, wider. And it was humming. The sound was barely audible at first, like someone humming a lullaby 3 rooms away. I pressed my ear against the wall, feeling the vibration travel through the plaster into my skull. The surface was warm, too warm for a wall that never saw direct sunlight. When I pulled away, my cheek was damp with something that wasn't sweat. I documented everything: photos, voice recordings, measurements with a ruler that kept slipping from my trembling fingers. The gap measured 3 inches across on the first day I noticed it. By the end of the week, it had stretched to nearly 6. The edges weren't cracked or broken. They curved inward like lips, soft and pink against the white drywall. The humming changed pitch depending on where I stood. When I approached from the left, it dropped to a low, almost subsonic drone that made my teeth ache. From the right, it rose to something almost melodic, like a child's song played backward. I started leaving voice recorders running overnight, hoping to capture patterns, to find some logic in the sound. What I found was worse than silence. The recordings revealed conversations, not my voice, but something mimicking it, practicing words I'd spoken throughout the day. My laugh, distorted and hollow, my cough, repeated in perfect rhythm. Even my breathing, synchronized with the humming until they became one continuous sound. I called a contractor. He stood in my kitchen, examining the wall with professional skepticism, running his hands along the surface. "Settling foundation," he said, not looking at the gap. "Happens all the time." But when he touched the edge, his expression changed. His finger came away glistening. He wiped it on his jeans and left without finishing his inspection. The smell started after that, not rot or decay, but something organic and alive, like the inside of a mouth after sleeping. It was strongest in the morning, filling the kitchen with a humid warmth that made my coffee taste metallic. I tried air fresheners, candles, even painted the surrounding wall with primer. Nothing masked the scent. I began to notice other changes. The gap pulsed, contracting and expanding in a rhythm that matched my heartbeat when I stood close enough. The teeth, and they were definitely teeth now, small and sharp and yellow, had multiplied, arranged in neat rows that disappeared into the darkness beyond. Sometimes I caught glimpses of movement in the depths, something pale and wet shifting just out of sight. The humming evolved into whispers, not words I could understand, but inflections that sounded familiar, like conversations I'd overheard in childhood. The voice was neither male nor female, but something in between, something that had learned to speak by listening to others. It knew my name, though I'd never spoken it aloud in the kitchen. I stopped sleeping in the house. The motel room was sterile and safe, but even there I could feel the wall's presence. In the bathroom mirror, I saw marks on my face, small indentations like fingerprints, but too small for human hands. When I touched them, they felt warm, as if something had been pressed against my skin while I slept. The wall followed me there, not physically, that would have been too simple, but in the corner of the bathroom, a hairline crack appeared in the tile. It widened each day, revealing the same organic layers, the same soft wetness that defied explanation. The motel manager claimed it was water damage, but water didn't have teeth. I returned to the house knowing I had no choice. The gap had grown large enough to fit my fist through, and the humming had become a constant presence, threading through my thoughts like a melody I couldn't forget. I brought tools, a hammer, nails, boards to seal the opening permanently, but as I approached, the humming stopped. The silence was worse than the sound. The teeth were gone. The organic layers had smoothed into something that looked almost normal, just drywall and plaster and the honest shadow of an empty space. I reached toward the gap, needing to touch it to confirm what I was seeing. The wall bit me. Not hard enough to draw blood, but firm enough to hold. The teeth had reformed around my wrist, small and sharp and impossibly warm. I pulled back, but the grip tightened and I felt something wet and soft exploring my skin like a tongue. The humming returned, vibrating through my bones, and I realized it wasn't coming from the wall at all. It was coming from me. The mouth released me and I stumbled backward, my wrist marked with perfect impressions of tiny teeth. The gap had widened again, large enough now to see through to the other side, but there was no other side, just more wall, extending into darkness that had no end. I live with it now. The wall speaks to me in my own voice, tells me stories I don't remember telling. It knows things about me that I'd forgotten, childhood memories and fears that I buried so deep I thought they were gone. Sometimes I wake to find it humming lullabies my mother used to sing, songs I haven't heard in decades. The gap is large enough to crawl through now, though I haven't tried. Not yet, but I can feel it waiting, patient and hungry, growing stronger with each passing day. The teeth are larger now, more numerous, and they move when I'm not looking directly at them. I document everything, but the photos show only an empty wall. The recordings capture nothing but silence. The measurements never match what I see. The world has decided this isn't real, but the marks on my wrist tell a different story. I think it's almost ready. The wall has been practicing my voice for so long now that sometimes I can't tell which thoughts are mine and which are echoes from the gap. When I speak, the words taste strange, like something that's been chewed and swallowed and brought back up. The humming never stops now. It follows me everywhere, a constant companion that knows all my secrets and whispers them back in perfect harmony. I've stopped trying to silence it. I've stopped trying to escape. The wall had a mouth, and now it's teaching me how to use mine. Story 2, it was subtle, just a few centimeters at a time. I'd straighten it, nail it tighter into place. But each morning it sagged a little more, its reflection shifting lower, like it was trying to show me something I wasn't supposed to see. One day it dropped so low I had to crouch to look into it. What I saw wasn't my floor, it was a hallway, dim, unfamiliar, and moving slowly toward me. I backed away. The mirror twitched. The apartment had been perfect when I moved in. Clean walls, good lighting, reasonable rent. The mirror came with the place, mounted in the bedroom above an old wooden dresser. The landlord mentioned it was original to the building, some kind of antique piece that previous tenants had grown attached to. I didn't mind. It was elegant, with an ornate silver frame that caught the morning light beautifully. But the sagging started within the first week. I'd wake up and notice it hanging slightly askew, the bottom edge dipping toward the dresser. I'd adjust it, thinking the wall mount was loose. I even bought new screws, stronger ones, and drilled them deeper into the wall. The mirror would hang straight for a day, maybe two, then slowly begin its descent again. The reflection began changing too. At first I thought it was just the angle. When the mirror tilted, it showed more of the floor, less of the room behind me. But as it continued to drop, I started seeing things that shouldn't have been there. Shadows that moved independently of my movements. Corners of rooms that didn't exist in my apartment. The wooden floor in the reflection looked different older, with scratches and stains that weren't on my actual floor. I started keeping a notebook documenting the mirror's position each morning. Left corner, 4 inches below the mounting bracket. Right corner, 3.5 inches. The asymmetry bothered me almost as much as the movement itself. I measured everything twice, photographed the mirror from different angles, even set up my phone to record overnight. The footage showed nothing unusual, just the mirror hanging normally, but when I checked in the morning, it had dropped again. The sounds started around the same time I began documenting everything. soft scratching noises like fingernails on wood coming from behind the mirror. I pressed my ear against the wall, but heard nothing. The scratching only happened when I was looking directly at the mirror, as if whatever was making the noise knew I was watching. I tried ignoring it, thinking my focus was making me paranoid, but the mirror's reflection began showing more of that other hallway. The walls were a different color, a faded green that reminded me of old hospitals. Sometimes I could see doorways leading to other rooms, spaces that extended far beyond what should have been possible behind my bedroom wall. The perspective was wrong too. The hallway appeared to stretch deeper than the building itself. The smell came next, a musty, organic scent that seemed to seep from the mirror's surface. It was stronger when the mirror hung lower, as if the increased angle was allowing something to escape from wherever that reflection led. I cleaned the mirror obsessively, but the odor persisted. It reminded me of old books mixed with something else, something that made my stomach turn. I started avoiding the bedroom during the day, spending most of my time in the living room or kitchen. But I couldn't stop checking on the mirror. Each visit revealed it hanging a little lower, showing more of that impossible hallway. I began to notice movement in the reflection, shadows passing by the distant doorways. They were too far away to make out clearly, but they moved with purpose, like they were going somewhere specific. The temperature around the mirror began fluctuating. Some mornings, the area near the dresser was noticeably colder, cold enough to see my breath. Other times it was warm, almost uncomfortably so, and the mirror's surface would fog slightly despite no apparent source of humidity. When I touched the glass during these warm periods, it felt alive somehow, like it was responding to my presence. I tried covering the mirror with a sheet, but the fabric would slide off during the night, always ending up in a neat pile on the floor. I bought a thicker blanket, one heavy enough to stay in place, but it too would be on the floor by morning. The mirror seemed determined to remain visible, to keep showing me that hallway that shouldn't exist. The breaking point came when I woke up one morning to find the mirror hanging so low that its bottom edge nearly touched the dresser. I had to kneel on the floor to see my reflection, and what I saw made me freeze. The hallway was much clearer now, close enough to make out details. The walls were covered in a pattern of small, dark stains. The floor was littered with papers, scattered like someone had been searching for something specific. But what terrified me most was the figure standing at the far end of the hallway. It was distant, just a silhouette against the dim lighting, but it was definitely human-shaped. And it was facing toward me, toward the mirror, as if it knew I was watching. I jerked back from the mirror, heart pounding. When I looked again, the figure was gone, but the papers on the floor seemed to have moved closer to the foreground. I grabbed my phone and took pictures, but they showed only my normal bedroom reflection. The camera couldn't capture what I was seeing with my naked eyes. That night, I decided to remove the mirror entirely. I found a screwdriver and began working on the mounting brackets, but as soon as I touched the screws, the scratching sound returned, louder and more insistent. The mirror began to vibrate against the wall, just slightly, but enough to make the screwdriver slip. I tried again, and the vibration intensified. The smell grew stronger too, now accompanied by a sound like distant whispers. I couldn't make out words, but the tone was urgent, almost pleading. The mirror's surface began to fog, and in the condensation, shapes appeared. Not letters or symbols, but organic forms that looked almost like handprints pressed against the glass from the other side. I dropped the screwdriver and backed away. The mirror immediately stopped vibrating, the whispers faded, and the fog cleared. But the handprints remained for a few seconds longer, visible in the condensation before slowly disappearing. I spent the rest of the night in the living room, but sleep was impossible. I could hear the scratching sounds coming from the bedroom, rhythmic and persistent. Around dawn they stopped, and I knew without looking that the mirror had dropped even lower. When I finally worked up the courage to check, the mirror was hanging at an impossible angle, its bottom edge now below the dresser's surface. The reflection showed the hallway in complete detail. I could see the texture of the walls, the individual papers scattered on the floor, even the grain in the wooden boards, and the figure was back, much closer now, close enough that I could make out more details. It was wearing clothes similar to mine, the same style of shirt I'd bought recently. Its posture was familiar too, the way it held its shoulders, the tilt of its head. But its face was obscured by shadow, and something about its proportions seemed wrong, as if it was a distorted copy of something real. The figure raised its hand and pressed it against what must have been its side of the mirror. On my side, the glass began to fog again, and another handprint appeared, larger this time, more defined. The whispers returned, clearer now, and I realized with growing horror that the voice sounded like my own. I'm writing this now because I need to document what happened next. The mirror hangs so low that I have to lie on the floor to see into it. The hallway extends directly beneath my bedroom now, and I can see other rooms branching off from it. Some contain furniture similar to mine, others are empty except for more scattered papers. The figure is much closer, standing just a few feet away from its side of the mirror. I tried to leave the apartment, but the door won't open. The key turns, the deadbolt retracts, but the door remains sealed as if it's been welded shut. The windows are the same. I can see out, but they won't budge. The scratching sounds now come from all the walls, and the whispers follow me from room to room. The mirror continues to drop. Soon I'll have to crawl under the dresser to see into it. The figure is waiting, and I'm beginning to understand that it's not trying to get out. It's trying to help me get in. The papers scattered in that hallway, I can see them more clearly now. They're pages from my notebook, the one I used to document the mirror's movement, but they're covered in handwriting I don't recognize, notes about someone else's experiences with a mirror that wouldn't stay in place. The temperature in the apartment is dropping. My breath mists in the air now, and frost is forming on the windows. The mirror's surface is the only warm thing left, and when I touch it, I can feel something touching back from the other side. The figure is pressed against the glass now, its hand aligned perfectly with mine. I can see its face clearly. It's mine, but wrong somehow, like looking at a photograph that's been slightly overexposed. Its mouth is moving, forming words I can't hear but somehow understand. It's telling me about the others, the previous tenants who found themselves in the same situation. It's explaining how the mirror works, how it connects spaces that shouldn't be connected, how it draws people in when they pay too much attention to things that don't make sense. The scratching in the walls has become a rhythm now, almost musical. The whispers have formed into a chorus, all speaking in variations of my own voice. The mirror has dropped so low that its top edge is now level with the dresser's surface. Soon, I'll have to crawl completely under the furniture to see the reflection. But I don't think I'll need to. The handprints on the glass are multiplying, appearing faster than they fade. The figure that looks like me is no longer alone. There are others behind it, shadowy forms that move through the rooms beyond the hallway. They're all previous tenants, I realize, all people who tried to solve the mystery of the mirror that wouldn't stay in place. The apartment is almost completely cold now. The only warmth comes from the mirror's surface, which pulses like a heartbeat. I can feel it calling to me, promising answers, promising an end to the uncertainty. The figure that looks like me is smiling now, an expression that's almost kind but not quite right. It's holding up a piece of paper, and I can see my own handwriting on it, describing events that haven't happened yet. The mirror touches the dresser's surface with a soft click. The reflection changes, showing not the hallway but the inside of my apartment, viewed from an impossible angle. I can see myself, standing in the bedroom, looking down at a mirror that shows a hallway where a figure that looks like me is holding up a piece of paper. The scratching stops, the whispers fade. The only sound is the soft ticking of the mirror's frame as it settles into its new position. I reach toward the glass and my reflection reaches back. Our hands touch the surface at the same moment, and I feel the warmth spreading up my arm. I understand now, the mirror doesn't drop because it's broken. It drops because it's working exactly as it was designed to. Each morning it hangs a little lower, showing a little more of the space that exists parallel to this one. Eventually, it shows so much that the barrier between the two spaces becomes meaningless. The figure that looks like me is stepping back from its side of the mirror. There's room for me now, space in that hallway where I can continue documenting the mystery. I can see the notebook on the floor, pages scattered but not lost. I can continue the work, help the next tenant understand what's happening to them. The mirror is warm against my palm. The apartment behind me is cold and getting colder. I can see frost forming on the walls now, spreading out from the corners where the scratching sound started. The choice is simple. Stay in a place that's becoming uninhabitable, or step through to somewhere that's exactly like home but slightly different. I'm writing this final entry as the mirror completes its descent, its bottom edge now touching the floor. The reflection shows the entire hallway, all the rooms beyond it, and all the people who have made the same choice I'm about to make. They're waiting for me, holding notebooks of their own, ready to compare their experiences with mine. The mirror's surface ripples like water when I touch it. It's not glass anymore, just a doorway that looks like glass. I can step through easily, and on the other side I can continue documenting what happens to people who pay too much attention to things that don't make sense. The next tenant will find my notebook, just as I found the others scattered in that hallway. They'll start their own documentation, and eventually they'll understand what they need to do. The mirror hangs straight now, perfectly level, showing a normal reflection of an empty room. But tomorrow it will sag just a little, and the new tenant will notice. They'll try to fix it, just as I did, and slowly, inevitably, it will begin to drop again. Story 3. I always hated the rug in the hallway. It felt too soft underfoot, like stepping on dough. One day I lifted it and found the floorboards bulging slightly. I pressed down and felt something give beneath the wood, something with shape. When I pressed harder, it moved. A long, deliberate twitch that sent the boards flexing. I covered it back up and walked away. That night, I heard the sound of fabric dragging slowly toward my door. The house had been mine for 3 years, but I'd never really examined that particular stretch of floor. The rug was old, Persian maybe, with deep burgundy patterns that seemed to shift depending on the light. My predecessor had left it behind along with most of the furniture. I'd grown accustomed to its presence, even if something about it always made me quicken my pace when walking over it. After that first discovery, I couldn't ignore the sensation anymore. Every step across the hallway felt different now, as if the floor beneath was not quite solid. I found myself taking alternate routes through the house, circling around through the kitchen or the living room to avoid that particular stretch of carpet, but avoidance only made the curiosity grow stronger. During the day, I would stand at the edge of the hallway, watching the rug for any sign of movement. The fabric lay perfectly still, its intricate patterns catching the afternoon light streaming through the window. Yet something about its stillness felt performative, as if it were consciously trying to appear normal. I started documenting everything. Each evening I would sketch the exact position of the rug's edges, noting any changes in the pattern's alignment. I measured the distance between the wall and the carpet's border, marking it with small pieces of tape. Most nights everything appeared unchanged, but occasionally I would find the measurements off by half an inch, or discover that the rug had rotated slightly clockwise. The sounds began as whispers in the walls themselves. At first I attributed them to the house settling, or perhaps small animals in the crawl space. But the sounds had a rhythm that seemed almost conversational, as if something beneath the floor was responding to my footsteps above. I pressed my ear to the hardwood outside the rug's perimeter and listened. The sounds were clearer there, not quite voices, but something that carried the cadence of speech. I borrowed a stethoscope from a friend and spent an evening listening to different sections of the floor. The sounds were strongest directly beneath the rug's center, where the floorboards had first bulged under my touch. Through the metal disc, I could hear what sounded like breathing, slow, deliberate inhalations and exhalations that didn't match any rhythm I recognized. The smell started subtly, a faint sweetness that reminded me of overripe fruit. It was strongest in the early morning, before the house had time to air out. I checked for dead animals in the walls, examined the plumbing for leaks, even had the electrical system inspected. Everything appeared normal, yet the smell persisted and grew stronger. I began leaving small objects on the rug's surface, a pen, a book, a coffee mug, to see if they would move. Each morning I would find them in slightly different positions, as if the carpet beneath them had shifted during the night. The pen would roll to one side, the book would rotate a few degrees, the mug would slide toward the center of the rug where the bulge was most pronounced. One evening I decided to stay awake and watch. I positioned myself in the doorway with a clear view of the hallway, armed with a flashlight and a notepad. The house settled into its nighttime quiet, and I waited. Around what felt like the deepest part of the night, I saw it, a slow, wave-like motion beneath the rug, as if something large was turning over in its sleep. I approached cautiously, flashlight beam steady on the carpet's surface. The movement had stopped, but I could see the clear outline of something substantial beneath the floorboards. It was roughly the size and shape of a person, but the proportions were wrong, too long in some places, too narrow in others. I knelt beside the rug and pressed my palm against the spot where the shape was most defined. The surface beneath my hand was warm. I jerked my hand back, but the warmth lingered on my skin. The thing under the floor shifted again, this time more deliberately, as if responding to my touch. I could feel it pressing upward against the boards, testing their strength. The wood groaned softly under the pressure. I spent the next few days researching the house's history. The previous owner had lived here for decades before passing away in his sleep. Before him, the records showed a series of short-term residents, none staying more than a year or two. I found no reports of deaths or disappearances, no stories of hauntings or strange occurrences. The house appeared perfectly ordinary on paper. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something crucial. I started paying closer attention to the rug itself, examining its weave and pattern more carefully. Buried deep in the burgundy threads, I found what looked like stains, dark patches that had been worked into the design so skillfully that they appeared intentional. The stains formed a rough outline that matched the shape I'd felt beneath the floorboards. I tried lifting the rug again, but it seemed heavier now, as if it had somehow anchored itself to the floor. When I managed to peel back one corner, I found that the floorboards beneath had changed. They were darker, almost black, and they felt soft to the touch, like wood that had been saturated with moisture for years. The breathing sounds grew louder, more insistent. I could hear them during the day now, a constant rhythm that seemed to pulse through the entire house. Friends who visited commented on the unusual acoustics, noting that their voices seemed to echo strangely in the hallway. One friend mentioned that walking across the rug felt like stepping on something alive. I began to avoid the house altogether, spending long hours at work and finding reasons to visit friends. But no matter where I went, I could still feel the warmth from that thing beneath the floor, as if it had somehow transferred to my skin and wouldn't wash away. I would catch myself pressing my palm against surfaces, searching for that same yielding warmth. When I finally returned home each night, I would find small changes. The rug would be slightly askew, or the objects I'd left on nearby surfaces would be arranged in different patterns. The house felt lived in, as if someone else had been there during my absence, yet nothing was ever missing, and there were no signs of forced entry. One night I woke to find the rug had moved. It was no longer centered in the hallway, but had shifted several feet toward my bedroom door. The dark stains in its pattern seemed more prominent now, and the shape beneath the floorboards was clearly visible as a raised outline under the carpet's surface. I knew I should leave the house, pack my things, and find somewhere else to live, but something kept me rooted in place. Perhaps it was curiosity, or perhaps it was something else, a growing sense that the thing beneath the floor was somehow connected to me now, that walking away would only make it follow. I still live in the house. I still walk across the rug each day, feeling that familiar give beneath my feet. The warmth has spread to other parts of the house now, and sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, shadows that shouldn't be there, shapes that disappear when I turn to look directly at them. The breathing has become a constant companion, so familiar that I barely notice it anymore. But late at night, when the house is quiet and I'm lying in bed, I can feel it synchronizing with my own breath, matching my rhythm perfectly. And I know that whatever is beneath the floor, it's not sleeping anymore. It's waiting. And with each passing day, I understand a little more clearly what it's waiting for. Story 4, the back of it used to hold suitcases. Then last week I couldn't reach the end. My hand just kept going past coats, past shelves, into something cold and dry. I leaned in. There was space where no space should exist, too deep, too still. I threw a marble into the dark. I never heard it hit the floor. I closed the door. But now when I open it, I hear the marble rolling back toward me. The sound comes in waves, like water retreating from shore. A gentle percussion against wood, metal, fabric. Each roll brings it closer to where I stand, flashlight trembling in my grip. The beam cuts through familiar territory, winter coats, shoe boxes, the vacuum cleaner pushed against the left wall. Then the light dissolves into nothing, swallowed by darkness that shouldn't exist in a space I measured with my own hands when I moved in. I built this house from blueprints I drew myself, every corner, every angle, every dimension committed to memory through months of construction. The closet extends 8 feet back from the bedroom wall. The exterior wall sits exactly 8 feet behind it. Mathematics doesn't lie, yet my arm disappears past the elbow when I reach toward the back, fingers grasping at air that tastes of copper and old paper. The marble rolls again, closer. I started keeping a journal documenting each encounter with clinical precision. Day 1, discovered the anomaly during routine organization. Day 2, attempted measurement with a tape measure that simply kept extending, the numbers climbing past any reasonable limit. Day 3, introduced the marble as a test subject. Day 4, first evidence of the marble's return journey. The sound follows a pattern. 3 rolls forward, pause, 2 rolls back, like breathing, like Morse code. Like something trying to communicate through the only medium available to it, the simple physics of a glass sphere moving across an impossible floor. I've started leaving the door open during daylight hours, watching from the bedroom doorway as shadows shift within the space. They move independently of any light source, pooling in corners that geometry insists cannot exist. Sometimes I catch movement in my peripheral vision, shapes that retreat when I turn my head. The air conditioning never reaches that space, leaving it several degrees colder than the rest of the house. The marble sounds different now, heavier, like it's growing, accumulating mass from whatever substance fills that void. I tried throwing a second marble into the darkness, then a third. The rolling pattern remains unchanged, 3 forward, pause, 2 back. As if only one object matters, as if only one voice can speak through the medium of sound and motion. My neighbor knocked yesterday, asking about the noise. She hears it through the shared wall, describes it as footsteps moving through her attic. I told her I'd investigate, knowing the sound originates in a space that exists beyond her house, beyond the normal boundaries of property lines and architectural logic. The recordings I've made capture nothing. Digital silence where my ears register clear, deliberate movement. The temperature gun shows readings that fluctuate wildly when pointed toward the back of the closet, numbers that make no sense according to any known laws of thermodynamics. The electromagnetic field detector I borrowed from a friend screams with activity, needle dancing across measurements that correspond to nothing in its manual. I've stopped sleeping in the bedroom. The sound penetrates dreams, becomes part of the landscape of unconscious thought. I find myself rolling marbles across surfaces throughout the house, mimicking the rhythm, responding to a conversation I don't understand. 3 forward, pause, 2 back. My fingers trace the pattern on tabletops, on windows, on the steering wheel of my car. The closet door stands open now, permanently. I lack the courage to close it, fearing what might build up behind that barrier. The darkness pulses with its own rhythm, expanding and contracting like a lung. The marble has become a metronome, marking time that doesn't correspond to any clock in the house. I tried entering the space yesterday, crawling past the familiar objects into the impossible depth. The air grows thicker as I move forward, pressing against my lungs like liquid. The walls beside me feel normal, solid, covered in the same textured paint I applied myself. But they continue beyond where they should end, stretching into a distance that makes my eyes water. The marble passed beneath my hand as I crawled, warm, smooth, larger than when I first threw it into the darkness. I followed its path, guided by touch through a space that exists in defiance of everything I know about construction, about physics, about the nature of enclosed spaces. The sound stopped when I reached what felt like the center of the void, complete silence, the kind that makes ears ring and hearts race. I whispered into the darkness, hoping for response, for acknowledgement, for anything that might explain the impossible geography surrounding me. My voice came back changed, filtered through something that gave it weight and substance. The echo contained harmonics I didn't create, frequencies that touched the base of my skull like cold fingers. I spoke again, and again my words returned transformed, as if passing through chambers and corridors that don't exist on any blueprint. I crawled backward, retracing my path to the bedroom, to the world of measured spaces and logical dimensions. The marble resumed its pattern as I emerged, 3 forward, pause, 2 back, but now I understand the pause. It's waiting, listening, measuring my response to a conversation that began before I threw that first marble into the dark. The house settles differently now. Joints creak in sequences that match the marble's rhythm. The foundation shifts with each roll, subtle movements that I feel through my feet, through my bones. The space behind the closet is changing everything, expanding its influence through the structure I thought I understood. I keep reaching toward the back, drawn by a compulsion I can't name. My hand enters the void, fingers searching for boundaries that retreat with each attempt to find them. The marble brushes against my palm as it rolls, warm and urgent, carrying a message written in motion and sound. The darkness breathes, the house listens, and somewhere in the space between what is and what cannot be, something rolls toward me, bringing with it the weight of questions I'm not prepared to answer. 3 forward, pause, 2 back, forever. Story 5, not a crack, not a speck of dust. The paint never chipped, never faded. I started watching them closely. I marked the baseboard with ink, a line, a name. The next day the wall had healed, not painted over, erased, like it had never been touched. I left deeper marks, carved into it with a knife. The next morning, nothing, except a faint sound in the drywall, like someone breathing through clenched teeth. The apartment came furnished, perfect white walls that seemed to glow under the overhead lights. I thought I'd gotten lucky with the price. The landlord barely looked at me during the walk-through, just handed over the keys and mumbled something about keeping things clean. I assumed he meant the usual stuff. Don't damage the walls, don't leave stains. Simple enough. The first week I tried to make the place feel like home. I hung a picture frame, drove a nail into the wall near the window. The metal went in smooth, too smooth. When I woke up the next morning, the picture lay on the floor, the nail gone. The wall showed no hole, no mark, just that pristine white surface, unmarked and perfect. I ran my fingers along where the nail had been. The wall felt warm, not room temperature warm, but body temperature, like skin that had been rubbed until it flushed. I pressed my palm against it, and for a moment I could have sworn I felt something press back. A gentle resistance, like the wall was pushing against my hand with the same pressure I was applying. That night I couldn't sleep. The walls seemed brighter in the darkness, as if they were generating their own light. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, and noticed something that made my chest tighten. The paint wasn't just white, it was moving, slowly, almost imperceptibly, like cream being stirred into coffee. Swirls and patterns that formed and dissolved before I could focus on them properly. I grabbed my phone and started recording. The screen showed nothing but static white walls. I switched to camera mode, took photos. Every image came out perfectly normal, clean, white, still. but when I looked up from the phone, the movement continued, subtle undulations like the walls were breathing. I decided to test it. I took a black marker and drew a circle on the wall beside my bed, about the size of a dinner plate. I pressed hard, making sure the ink soaked in. Then I sat in a chair and watched. The circle stayed there for what felt like hours. My eyes burned from staring, but I refused to look away. When I blinked, the circle was smaller, just slightly. I could have been imagining it, but I wasn't. I drew another circle, this one with a thick black line. I set a timer on my phone and watched. The ink seemed to sink into the wall, not disappearing but being absorbed, like the wall was drinking it. The breathing sound started that night, soft at first, barely audible over the hum of the refrigerator. A steady rhythm in and out coming from somewhere inside the walls. I pressed my ear against the surface and the sound grew clearer, not just breathing, whispering, words I couldn't quite make out, spoken in a voice that wasn't quite human. I bought a digital recorder, set it up against the wall and let it run all night. When I played it back the next morning, there was nothing but static, but I could hear the breathing. It was getting louder, more insistent, like whatever was inside the walls was trying to get my attention. I started leaving marks everywhere, pen marks, pencil scratches, even small tears in the paint. Each morning they were gone, not covered up or painted over, but genuinely erased. The walls had healed themselves, returning to that perfect, impossible white. I began to document everything. Photos, videos, voice recordings, but nothing showed up on the devices. It was as if the walls knew when they were being watched by anything other than my eyes. The maintenance requests I submitted were ignored. The landlord never returned my calls. I tried to research the building, but found nothing. No history, no previous tenants I could track down. It was as if the place had simply materialized, complete and untouchable. I started sleeping in the living room, away from the bedroom wall where the breathing was strongest, but it followed me. The sound moved through the apartment, traveling along the walls like water through pipes. I could track it by ear, listening as it flowed from room to room, always staying just behind the surface. One night I woke to find the walls pulsing. Not just moving, but expanding and contracting like a chest rising and falling. The breathing was loud now, filling the apartment with a wet, organic sound. I stood in the center of the living room, surrounded by walls that seemed alive, and realized I was inside something, not an apartment, something else. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and drove it deep into the wall. The blade went in without resistance, and I felt it pierce something soft on the other side. The walls shuddered, the breathing stopped, then slowly the knife was pushed out, not pulled, pushed. The wall expelled it like a body rejecting a foreign object. The cut I'd made sealed itself immediately, but something had changed. The walls were no longer white, they were flushed pink like skin that had been irritated, and they were warm to the touch, unmistakably warm. I could feel a pulse running through them, a heartbeat that matched the rhythm of the breathing. I tried to leave, the door wouldn't open. The handle turned, the lock disengaged, but the door itself wouldn't budge. It was as if the frame had grown around it, sealing it shut. The windows were the same. I could see through them, but they wouldn't open, wouldn't break. The glass felt soft under my fists, yielding like flesh. I'm still here, the walls have returned to white, but I know what they really are. I can feel them watching me, pressing closer each day. The breathing never stops now. It's synchronized with mine, matching my rhythm breath for breath. Sometimes I catch myself holding my breath just to see if they'll stop too. They always do. The marks I make still disappear, but they take longer now, as if the walls are getting tired or maybe just getting full. I've started carving deeper, leaving wounds that take hours to heal instead of minutes. Each time I do, the breathing gets a little louder, a little more urgent. I don't know what I'm inside, I don't know what wants me here, but I know I'm not alone, there are others. I can hear them sometimes, scratching at the walls from the inside, trying to get out, or maybe trying to get in. I've stopped trying to tell the difference. The walls are too clean, they were never meant to be this perfect. Nothing in the world is this perfect, except for things that are still growing. Story 6. I tried walking lightly, slowly, taking different paths across the room. But the floor creaked only under me, never others, never furniture. I tested it, replaced boards, but still only my steps made sound. I stopped walking, sat still for hours. Then I heard it, a creak behind me. One step, I hadn't moved. The morning I moved into the apartment, the floorboards felt ordinary beneath my feet. Old hardwood, worn smooth by decades of footsteps, with the expected groans and sighs of aged timber. Nothing unusual, nothing that would make me pause and listen. Yet by evening, I had begun to notice something peculiar about the way the floor responded to my presence. Each step I took produced a distinct creak, a specific note in the wooden symphony beneath me. But when my roommate walked the same path, silence. When I dragged the heavy couch across the room, not a whisper from the boards. Only my footsteps seemed to register, as if the floor had somehow learned to recognize the unique pressure of my body, the particular way I distributed my weight. I became obsessed with understanding this phenomenon. I walked barefoot, then in socks, then in heavy boots. The creaks remained consistent, following me like a loyal shadow. I invited friends over, asking them to walk where I had walked, to step where I had stepped. Nothing. The floor remained mute under their feet, offering its voice only to me. The logical part of my mind suggested loose nails, specific pressure points, perhaps some structural peculiarity that only my gait could trigger. I spent an entire weekend pulling up floorboards, examining the subfloor, tightening screws, replacing sections entirely. I documented everything, photographing the grain patterns, measuring the gaps, recording the sounds on my phone. But the mystery deepened. Even on the new boards installed with fresh nails and careful precision, the creaking continued. Only for me, only when I walked. I began to notice other things. The temperature of the floor seemed to shift slightly when I approached certain areas, growing warmer or cooler without any apparent cause. When I pressed my palm against specific spots, I could feel the faintest vibration, as if something beneath the surface was stirring, responding to my touch. The apartment itself seemed to adjust to my presence. Lights would dim gradually when I entered a room, not enough to be alarming, just enough to create a subtle shift in atmosphere. The refrigerator hummed at a slightly different frequency when I stood nearby. Small changes, easily dismissed as coincidence or imagination, but accumulating into something undeniable. I started keeping a journal, documenting every creak, every temperature shift, every minor anomaly. Patterns emerged. The sounds were stronger during certain hours, the vibrations more pronounced in specific locations. The floor seemed to be learning, adapting, becoming more responsive to my presence. One evening, I decided to test my theory more rigorously. I sat perfectly still in the center of the room, my feet tucked beneath me, ensuring no part of my body touched the floor. The apartment settled into silence. For over an hour I remained motionless, listening to the building's natural sounds, pipes settling, neighbors moving about, the distant hum of traffic. Then I heard it, a single creak, sharp and deliberate, from the hallway behind me. I hadn't moved, I hadn't shifted my weight, I hadn't even breathed heavily, yet the floor had spoken. I turned slowly, carefully, my heart hammering against my ribs. The hallway stretched empty before me, bathed in the pale light from the street lamp outside. Nothing moved, nothing seemed out of place. But the sound had been unmistakable, identical to the creaks my own footsteps produced. I remained frozen, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. Another creak, this time closer, then another. Footsteps, deliberate and measured, following the exact path I took every morning from the bedroom to the kitchen. But I could see the hallway clearly. It was empty. The footsteps paused at the doorway to the living room, where I sat trembling. I could feel presence, weight, something standing just beyond my vision. The floor beneath the invisible visitor groaned softly, the same familiar sound that had plagued me for weeks. I forced myself to speak, my voice barely above a whisper. "Who's there?" The footsteps resumed, circling the room, following the perimeter with careful, deliberate steps, always staying just outside my line of sight, always maintaining that perfect distance. The creaks traced a pattern around me, growing closer with each revolution. I stood abruptly, breaking my self-imposed stillness. Immediately, the phantom footsteps stopped. The apartment fell silent again, as if whatever had been walking had suddenly vanished. But now my own steps were different. Each creak seemed amplified, echoing strangely in the quiet room, and beneath my footsteps, almost imperceptible, I could hear another rhythm. A second set of steps, perfectly synchronized with mine. I ran to the bedroom, slamming the door behind me. But even through the walls, I could hear it, the floor creaking in the living room, following the same frantic pattern I had just traced. Whatever walked out there moved with my rhythm, my urgency, my fear. I pressed my ear against the door, listening. The footsteps had stopped, everything was quiet. But when I lifted my foot to shift my weight, I heard it again, a corresponding creak from the other side of the door. When I moved, it moved. When I was still, it waited. I grabbed my phone and called my roommate, but the line went dead before it could ring. I tried again, nothing. The phone showed full signal, but no calls would connect. I texted frantically, but the messages failed to send. The apartment had somehow isolated me, cut me off from the outside world. The footsteps resumed their patient circling. I could track their movement through the building's structure, feeling the vibrations through the walls and floor. Whatever walked out there was learning my patterns, studying my movements, becoming something that knew me better than I knew myself. I spent the remainder of that night huddled in the bedroom, listening to the sounds of my own reflection moving through the apartment. Sometimes the footsteps would pause outside my door, and I could feel weight pressing against the floor, patient and waiting. Other times they would retreat, moving through rooms I couldn't see, exploring spaces I had walked, claiming territory I had marked with my presence. When morning came, the sounds faded. The apartment returned to its normal state, sunlight streaming through the windows, birds singing outside. I emerged from the bedroom cautiously, examining every inch of the floor for signs of the night's visitor. Nothing. No marks, no disturbances, no evidence that anything unusual had occurred. But the floor still creaked under my feet, and now, as I walked through the apartment, I could feel something walking with me. Not behind me, not following me, but occupying the same space, sharing the same steps, moving with perfect synchronization. I tried to leave, packed my belongings, called movers, arranged for a new place. But when I reached the door, my hand froze on the handle. I could feel the floor vibrating beneath my feet, could sense the invisible presence that had learned to mirror my every movement. It wasn't just in the apartment anymore. It was in me, connected to me, synchronized with my heartbeat and my breathing. I set down my bags and returned to the living room. The floor creaked under my feet, a familiar sound that no longer seemed strange. I sat in the center of the room just as I had before and waited. The footsteps began again, circling, patient, eternal. I understand now that I am not alone in this apartment. Something walks with me, something that knows my footsteps better than I do. When I move, it moves. When I rest, it waits. It has learned to be me, to exist in the same space I occupy, to share the same rhythm that defines my existence. The floor still creaks only under my feet, but now I know the truth. I am not walking alone. I have never been walking alone. Every step I take is doubled, every movement mirrored by something that has claimed me as its own. The floor knew my footsteps because it was listening for both of us, waiting for the moment when I would finally understand that I am no longer one person, but two, forever walking in perfect, terrifying harmony. Story 7, it was landscape at first, just hills and gray sky. Then I noticed something odd in the corner, a smudge, a figure leaning just out of view like it was painted beyond the edge. I removed the frame and found brushstrokes continuing onto the wall. I followed them. Past the edge of the canvas, the figure emerged slowly, inch by inch, face turned toward me. I tried to stop looking, but the paint kept spreading. Every day, more of it appeared. The scent of linseed oil clung to my fingertips even after washing my hands. I had bought the painting from an estate sale, drawn to its melancholic beauty. The seller, an elderly woman with paint-stained aprons, had watched me examine it with an expression I couldn't read. She wrapped it carefully in brown paper, her fingers trembling slightly as she folded the edges. When I hung it in my living room, the painting seemed to breathe with the afternoon light. The rolling hills shifted from emerald to amber as shadows moved across the wall. But that corner bothered me. The smudge wasn't random, it had intention, purpose. I found myself staring at it during meals, between pages of books, whenever silence settled around me. On the third day, I took down the frame. The wooden backing peeled away easily, revealing the canvas stretched tight, but the brushstrokes didn't stop at the edge. They continued onto the wall itself, faint but unmistakable. Ochre and burnt sienna bleeding into the white paint of my apartment. I touched the wall and it felt warm, slightly tacky, as if the paint was still wet. I began documenting everything. Photographs, measurements, sketches of how the marks spread. Each morning brought new details, a curve of what might be a shoulder, the suggestion of fabric, maybe a coat or cloak. The figure was emerging from behind the hills as if walking toward the viewer, toward me. The smell grew stronger, not just linseed oil now, but something earthier. Clay perhaps, or soil after rain. It seemed to seep from the wall itself, concentrated around the painted area. I opened windows, but the odor remained, clinging to the air like humidity. My reflection in the bathroom mirror started looking wrong, not distorted exactly, but delayed. I would turn my head and the reflection would follow a heartbeat later. The apartment's lights began dimming without warning, not flickering but gradually fading as if someone was slowly turning a dial. I checked the electrical panel, called the landlord, but nothing was amiss. The bulbs were fine, the wiring intact. The painting's expansion accelerated. What had been inches became feet. The figure's form clarified, a person in a long coat, head slightly bowed, walking through painted grass that now covered half my wall. I could see the texture of the fabric, the way it caught painted light. The brushwork was masterful, each stroke deliberate and alive. I tried covering the wall with sheets, but the paint bled through. I attempted to paint over it with primer, but the original image showed through like a stain. The figure continued its slow emergence, patient and inevitable. I realized it wasn't just walking toward me, it was walking into my space, crossing from whatever world existed within the canvas into mine. The apartment began to feel different. Sounds echoed strangely, as if the walls had grown thicker. My footsteps seemed to come from farther away than they should. The air itself felt heavier, charged with something I couldn't name. I found myself holding my breath when I passed the wall, as if making noise might draw the figure's attention. Then I saw the eyes. They appeared gradually, like stars becoming visible at dusk. Dark, knowing eyes that seemed to follow my movement around the room. I stopped eating at the dining table. I avoided the living room altogether, but I could feel the presence growing stronger, more defined. The paint had spread to the ceiling now, creating a canopy of painted sky above the figure. I called the estate sale woman, but her number was disconnected. I researched the painting's history, but found nothing. It was as if the piece had materialized from nowhere, carrying its own mythology. I began sleeping with the lights on, but even then, the painted shadows seemed deeper than they should be, creating their own geography within my home. The figure's face became clearer each day, not quite human, but not entirely other. Features that suggested familiarity but remained just out of recognition. I started leaving offerings, water, food, small trinkets near the wall. They disappeared, though I never saw them taken. The paint continued spreading, creating a landscape that was becoming more real than my apartment. On what I now realize was the final day, I touched the painted coat. My finger sank into the wall as if it were wet clay. The surface rippled, and I felt something on the other side push back. The figure's head turned, slowly, deliberately, until those dark eyes met mine directly. The painted mouth opened, and I heard my own voice whisper back to me from within the wall. I pulled my hand away, but the connection remained. Part of me was still there in that painted world, while part of the figure had crossed into mine. The boundary between us had dissolved completely. I could feel its thoughts mixing with mine, its memories of places I'd never been, faces I'd never seen but somehow recognized. The painting has consumed most of the wall now. The figure stands in my living room, painted but present, watching me with eyes that reflect my own confusion and fear. I understand now that it was never trying to escape the canvas. It was trying to complete something that had been left unfinished. We were both incomplete, both searching for the other half of ourselves. I've stopped taking photographs. I've stopped measuring the spread. The paint has reached the corners of the room, and I can feel it beginning to curve around the edges, seeking new walls to claim. Soon, I think, there will be no distinction between the painted world and mine. The figure nods when I think this, as if confirming what we both already know. The scent of linseed oil has become the scent of home. The walls breathe with painted life, and I am learning to breathe with them. When I look in the mirror now, I see the figure standing behind me, and I wonder if anyone looking at us would be able to tell which of us is real and which is painted. The distinction seems less important each day. I am documenting this for whoever finds it, though I suspect the story will be different for each person who reads it. The painting chooses its own ending, and I am no longer sure I was ever the one telling this story. Perhaps I was always just another brushstroke, another detail waiting to be completed. The figure smiles now, and I find myself smiling back, welcoming whatever comes next as the paint spreads beyond the frame of everything I thought I knew. Story 8, they wheezed at night, not like machines, like lungs. The draft pulsed in and out with eerie rhythm. I placed my ear near one and heard something whispering, not words, just the sound of breath, deep and human. It didn't come from any HVAC system. I shut off power completely. Still, the breathing continued. Then one night I woke up to warm air on my neck. The vents weren't blowing anymore. The house had been perfect when I first walked through it. Hardwood floors that gleamed under afternoon sunlight, crown molding that spoke of careful craftsmanship, and windows that framed the garden like living paintings. The realtor had smiled too widely when I signed the papers, but I attributed that to commission excitement. Houses this size rarely stayed on the market long. I moved in during autumn when the leaves matched the warm tones of the interior walls. Everything felt harmonious. The first week passed in a blur of unpacking and arranging furniture. I worked from the study, a cozy room with built-in bookshelves and a desk positioned perfectly to catch the morning light. The house settled around me like a comfortable sweater. The breathing started subtle, a soft wheeze from the bedroom vent that I initially dismissed as the heating system adjusting to seasonal changes. Old houses make sounds, I reasoned. Pipes expand, wood contracts, metal shifts. But this sound had a different quality, organic, rhythmic, almost musical in its consistency. I began paying attention. The sound occurred most noticeably during quiet moments, late evening reading, early morning coffee, the peaceful afternoon lull between tasks. It wasn't constant, but seemed to respond to my presence. When I left a room, the breathing would fade. When I returned, it would gradually resume, as if the house was acknowledging my return. Curiosity overtook dismissal. I started documenting the phenomenon, keeping a small notebook to track patterns. The breathing was strongest in the bedroom, moderate in the living room, and barely perceptible in the kitchen. It seemed to follow the main ventilation system, but when I examined the ducts with a flashlight, I found nothing unusual, just standard metal channels and clean filters. The first truly unsettling incident happened during a conference call. I was speaking with a client when she suddenly paused mid-sentence. Her voice came through my headphones with confusion. "Is someone else on this call? I keep hearing breathing that isn't yours." I muted my microphone and listened. The sound was there, threading through my words like a third participant in our conversation. I apologized, blamed technical difficulties, and finished the call quickly. That evening, I contacted the previous homeowner. The number was disconnected. I reached out to the realtor, who seemed genuinely puzzled when I described the sounds. She suggested I have the HVAC system inspected, which I did. The technician, a weathered man with calloused hands, spent 2 hours examining every component. His report was clean. The system was functioning perfectly, recently serviced, and showed no signs of malfunction. The breathing persisted. I began experimenting. I turned off the heating system entirely, sealing the main unit and disconnecting power. The sounds continued unchanged. I covered individual vents with thick plastic sheeting, taping the edges carefully. The breathing simply moved to other openings. I recorded it on my phone, playing back the audio with headphones. The sound was there, but distorted, as if the recording couldn't capture its full essence. Sleep became elusive. The bedroom vent hung directly above my pillow, and the rhythmic breathing seemed to synchronize with my own respiratory patterns. Sometimes I would hold my breath, testing whether the sound would pause. It never did. Instead, it seemed to intensify, as if compensating for my silence. I started sleeping in the living room, but the breathing followed me there too. The sound had evolved, becoming more complex. What had begun as simple inhalation and exhalation now carried subtle variations, deeper breaths, shorter pauses, occasionally what sounded like sighs. I wondered if I was losing my mind, but the recordings proved the phenomenon was real, even if they couldn't capture its full disturbing quality. The breakthrough came when I discovered the basement door. It had been painted shut, the previous layers of paint creating a seal that required significant force to break. The realtor had mentioned it in passing, just storage space, nothing important. But when I finally pried it open, the breathing sound intensified dramatically. The basement was empty except for the main ventilation unit, which hummed quietly in the corner. But the breathing wasn't coming from the machine. It emanated from the walls themselves, as if the house's foundation was somehow alive. I placed my hands against the concrete and felt a subtle vibration, a pulse that matched the respiratory rhythm I'd been hearing for weeks. That night I woke to find my bedroom unusually warm. The heating system was off, the vents sealed, yet the air felt thick and humid. I reached for my phone to check the temperature, but the screen showed strange readings, numbers that fluctuated wildly, as if the device couldn't process what it was measuring. The breathing had changed again. It was no longer just audible but tangible, creating subtle pressure changes in the air. I could feel it against my skin, warm exhalations that seemed to come from every direction at once. The house was breathing around me, and I was inside its lungs. I tried to leave. The front door wouldn't budge, despite turning the lock and checking the deadbolt. The windows were similarly unresponsive, their frames seemingly fused shut. My phone showed no signal, and the internet connection had disappeared. The house had isolated me, and the breathing continued, now accompanied by what sounded almost like contentment. I spent the next period, I can't say how long, documenting everything. The breathing patterns, the temperature fluctuations, the way shadows seemed to move independently of their sources. My notebook filled with observations that grew increasingly frantic as the phenomenon intensified. The house wasn't just breathing, it was digesting, processing, integrating me into its respiratory system. The walls began to feel soft under my touch, yielding slightly like tissue. The floor developed a subtle give, as if walking on something organic rather than wood. Even the furniture seemed to pulse gently, synchronized with the omnipresent breathing. I realized I wasn't living in a house anymore. I was inside something living, something that had been waiting patiently for someone to complete its transformation. The breathing stopped abruptly one morning. The sudden silence was more disturbing than the sound had been. I found myself holding my breath, listening desperately for the familiar rhythm. When it didn't return, I felt a profound loss, as if something essential had been removed from my world. But the silence was temporary. The breathing returned, but now it was different. It was mine. My own respiratory patterns had somehow merged with the house's rhythm. When I inhaled, the walls expanded slightly. When I exhaled, they contracted. We had become synchronized, interdependent, inseparable. I still live here, documenting the ongoing changes. The house continues to evolve, and I with it. Sometimes I feel my heartbeat echoing through the walls, or notice that my shadow moves a fraction of a second before I do. The basement door remains open, and sometimes I hear other sounds down there, not breathing, but something else, something that might be waiting for the next person to discover this place. The realtor was right to smile when I signed the papers. The house had been waiting for someone like me, someone who would listen, document, and ultimately become part of its respiratory system. I understand now why the previous owner's phone was disconnected. Some transitions require complete isolation. The breathing continues, and I breathe with it. We are one organism now, one system, one entity inhabiting this space between what was and what is becoming. The house has taught me that some mysteries don't need solving, they need joining. And in the quiet moments between breaths, I can hear something new stirring in the walls, something that sounds almost like anticipation. Story 9, it was an unused room. I kept it locked, nothing inside but boxes. But sometimes, as I passed, I'd hear the soft click of metal, the knob twitching gently. I placed my hand against it, cold, still. Then, as I started to pull away, it turned slowly under my palm. I opened the door. The room was empty, except for one new box. My name was written on the lid. The handwriting wasn't mine. It was careful, deliberate, like someone had taken their time to make each letter perfect. I stood in the doorway for what felt like forever, staring at those letters that spelled out who I was. The air in the room had changed. It smelled faintly of wet earth and something metallic, like pennies left in rain. I picked up the box. It was heavier than it looked, and the cardboard felt damp against my fingers. Inside, I found a small digital recorder, the kind journalists use. There was a single recording on it. When I pressed play, I heard static, then my own voice speaking words I'd never said. Day 1, the room is changing. I need to document this. I stopped the recording. My hands were shaking. I'd never owned a recorder like this. I'd never made any recording. But that was definitely my voice, speaking with a certainty I didn't feel. Over the following days, I started paying closer attention to the room. I'd walk past it deliberately, listening for sounds. The doorknob would turn sometimes, just barely, as if someone on the other side was testing it gently. I began leaving small objects near the door, a coin, a paperclip, a pen, to see if they'd move. They never did, but other things started changing. The hallway seemed longer when I walked toward the room. The floorboards felt softer under my feet, like they were giving way just slightly with each step. The light from the window at the end of the hall would dim when I approached the door, not suddenly, but gradually, as if something was slowly drawing the brightness away. I started keeping a journal, writing down every detail. The smell in the room was getting stronger. The wet earth scent was joined by something else, something that reminded me of old photographs, that musty sweetness of memories stored too long. When I touched the walls, they felt warmer than they should have been, as if there was heat radiating from inside them. The recorder kept appearing in different places, sometimes on my nightstand, sometimes in the kitchen, always with new recordings I hadn't made. My voice would describe things I hadn't seen, experiences I hadn't had. It talked about shadows moving in the corners of the room, about finding photographs of places I'd never been, about hearing whispers coming from inside the walls. But when I checked the room, there were never any photographs. No shadows moved. The walls were silent. I decided to test something. I set up my phone to record video and left it running in the room for an entire day. When I reviewed the footage, I saw myself entering the room multiple times, moving boxes, examining the walls, speaking to someone I couldn't see. But I had no memory of being in that room. I'd been at work, running errands, living my normal life. The person in the video looked exactly like me, but moved differently. They were more confident, more purposeful. They handled the boxes like they knew what was inside them. They nodded at empty spaces as if responding to conversations I couldn't hear. That night I woke up to the sound of the doorknob turning. I got up and walked to the room, but the door was still locked. I pressed my ear against it and heard movement inside, footsteps, the rustle of cardboard, the soft scratch of writing. I tried the door. It opened easily, though I was certain I'd locked it. The room was different. The boxes were arranged in a perfect circle, and in the center sat a chair I'd never seen before. On the chair was a thick folder filled with photographs. All of them showed me, but not me as I remembered being. They showed me in places I'd never visited, with people I'd never met, doing things I'd never done. In one photo, I was standing in this very room, but it looked different, larger, with windows that didn't exist in my house. In another, I was writing in a journal, but the handwriting was the same careful script that had been on the box. In the last photo, I was looking directly at the camera with an expression I'd never seen on my own face, knowing, almost smug, as if I was in on a secret. I picked up the journal from the chair. It was my handwriting, but not my words. The entries described a different life, a different version of myself who had always known about the room, who had been documenting its changes for years. According to the journal, I'd been recording my experiences, leaving myself messages, trying to maintain some connection between the life I was living and the life I was supposed to be living. The final entry was dated today. It said, "He's finally starting to understand. Soon, he'll remember which one of us is real." I heard the doorknob turn behind me. I spun around, but the door was still open. The hallway beyond looked wrong, too long, too dark, with shadows that moved independently of any light source. I tried to leave the room, but the doorway seemed to stretch away from me as I approached it. I'm writing this now, sitting in the chair in the center of the room. The boxes around me are humming quietly, a sound I can feel in my bones. The photographs on the floor show different images each time I look at them. Sometimes I'm in this room, sometimes I'm living the life I remember, sometimes I'm in places that don't exist at all. The recorder is here too, playing a new message. My voice is saying, "Day 143. I think I'm ready to switch places again." I don't remember recording that, I don't remember any of this, but the handwriting in this journal is mine, and the voice on the recorder is mine, and the person in the photographs is me. The doorknob is turning again, slowly, from the inside. I can see my hand reaching for it, but I'm not controlling the movement. I understand now, I'm not the one who's been living my life. I'm the one who's been living in this room, documenting the changes, leaving messages for the person who thinks he's me. The room isn't changing. I am, we are, we're trading places back and forth, and neither of us ever remembers being the other. The door is opening. I can see myself standing in the hallway, looking confused and frightened, just like I was when this all started. Soon I'll be out there, living that life, forgetting this room exists. And he'll be in here, writing in this journal, discovering the photographs, wondering why the doorknob turns from the inside. But which one of us is real? And when the door closes this time, will I remember to leave myself a message? The light is fading. I can feel myself forgetting already, but I know I'll be back. We always come back. The room makes sure of that. The doorknob has stopped turning. It's time to go. Story 10. The water was still, silent. I stared into it like always, expecting my face. But the reflection was off, older, sharper, bruised. It blinked too slowly. I smiled. It didn't. I waved. It raised both hands, palms pressed against the surface. Then the water rippled, and something touched my foot. I jerked back, heart hammering against my ribs. The bathroom tiles felt cold beneath my bare feet, sending a chill that traveled up my spine. The overhead light flickered once, casting shifting shadows across the white porcelain. I leaned forward again, studying the water's surface. My own face stared back now, pale and drawn, dark circles under my eyes betraying sleepless nights I couldn't quite remember. The touch had been real, definite, like fingers brushing against my ankle, gentle but insistent. I drained the tub, watching the water spiral down with a gurgling sound that seemed too loud in the enclosed space. The drain made a wet, sucking noise as the last drops disappeared, leaving only damp residue and the faint scent of something metallic. I refilled the tub, needing to understand. The water rose slowly, each drop echoing in the silence. Steam began to curl upward, fogging the mirror above the sink. I waited until the surface became perfectly still again, then looked down. The reflection was mine this time, but something felt wrong. The water seemed deeper than it should be, stretching down into darkness that the bathroom light couldn't penetrate. My reflection moved normally, following my gestures, but there was a delay, just a fraction of a second, like watching myself on a poorly synced video call. I pressed my palm against the water's surface. It was warm, almost fever-hot, though I remembered turning on only the cold tap. Ripples spread outward from my touch, distorting my reflection into wavering fragments. When the water stilled, I saw myself clearly again, but my reflection's eyes were closed. Mine were wide open. I blinked rapidly, but the reflection's eyes remained shut, lashes dark against pale cheeks. The mouth in the water was moving, lips forming words I couldn't hear. I leaned closer, my ear nearly touching the surface. The faintest whisper rose from the water, words in a language I didn't recognize but somehow understood. "Help me." The voice was my own, but hollow, desperate. I stumbled backward, knocking over the small plant on the windowsill. Soil scattered across the floor, dark and rich, carrying the earthy smell of decay. When I looked back at the water, my reflection was gone entirely. The tub appeared empty, a void of black water that seemed to absorb the light around it. I grabbed my phone, hands shaking as I opened the camera app. Through the screen, the water looked normal, clear and shallow, reflecting the overhead light. But when I looked directly at the tub, the darkness remained impenetrable and wrong. I took a photo anyway, the camera flash illuminating the bathroom in stark white light. The image showed clear water and my own distorted reflection, nothing more. But in the corner of the frame, barely visible, was a pale hand pressed against the underside of the surface, fingers splayed as if trying to break through. I deleted the photo immediately, but the image burned in my mind. My hands trembled as I set the phone aside. The bathroom felt smaller now, walls seeming to lean inward. The air grew thick, humid, carrying that metallic scent more strongly. It reminded me of old coins, of blood, of something that had been underwater too long. I reached for the drain plug, desperate to empty the tub again, but my hand passed through empty air. The plug was gone, though I was certain it had been there before. The water remained dark and still, defying gravity and logic. I pressed my hands against the tub's edge, feeling for the familiar porcelain, but my fingers found only smooth glass, slick with condensation. The reflection returned without warning. Not mine this time, but the other one, the older, sharper version with bruises across the jaw and cheekbones. It was clearer now, more defined, and it was reaching upward through the water. Its mouth moved urgently, eyes wide with panic. "Switch with me," it mouthed, and I realized with growing horror that I could read its lips perfectly. "Please." I wanted to run, to leave the bathroom and never return, but my feet felt rooted to the floor. The reflection's hand broke the surface, water cascading from pale fingers that looked exactly like mine but felt entirely foreign. The touch was real, solid, gripping my wrist with surprising strength. The water began to rise, spilling over the tub's edge onto the floor. It was warm against my ankles, carrying that metallic scent and something else, the smell of deep places, of things that had been buried and forgotten. The reflection pulled harder, its grip tightening, and I felt myself being drawn forward. I grabbed the towel rack, trying to anchor myself, but the metal was slippery with condensation. The reflection's other hand emerged from the water, reaching for my face with fingers that moved like they were still submerged. The touch was cold despite the warm water, leaving trails of moisture on my cheek. "Your turn," it whispered, and the voice came from everywhere at once, the water, the walls, the air itself. "I've been waiting so long." The bathroom spun around me as I fought against the pull. The mirror fogged completely, obscuring my view of anything beyond the tub. The water level continued to rise, now reaching my knees, though the tub couldn't possibly hold that much. My reflection, or the thing wearing my face, smiled with too many teeth. I tried to scream, but water filled my mouth, tasting of copper and darkness. The last thing I saw before going under was my own face in the mirror, watching calmly as I disappeared beneath the surface. When I surfaced, gasping and choking, I was alone in the bathroom. The tub was empty, bone dry, without even a drop of water clinging to its sides. The drain plug sat innocently in its proper place. The air smelled of nothing but soap and tile cleaner. But my reflection in the mirror was wrong. The bruises were there now, dark purple across my jaw. My eyes were older, sharper, filled with the knowledge of deep places and forgotten things. When I smiled, the reflection in the water, wherever it was now, probably smiled back. I've stopped taking baths. The mirror shows me truth I don't want to see, and sometimes, late at night, I hear water running in the pipes. The sound follows me from room to room, a constant reminder of what I've become and what I've left behind. The reflection is still down there, I think, wearing my old face, trying to find its way back to the surface. But some exchanges can't be undone, and some doors once opened can never be closed. I catch myself staring at still water wherever I find it, puddles, glasses, even the surface of coffee growing cold. Looking for something that looks like me but isn't, something that might be trying to find its way home. The face that stares back is always mine now, but the eyes belong to someone else entirely. Story 11, I can't explain it, just a coppery, chalky taste in the back of my throat whenever I enter the bedroom. Like biting down on something brittle and wrong, I searched the vents, nothing, scrubbed every surface. Still the taste remained, until one night I coughed hard enough to spit something out, small, white, smooth. I thought it was a pebble, then I saw the root. The taste had been there for weeks, growing stronger each night. At first I blamed it on the old pipes, maybe calcium buildup in the water, but the taste was specific, metallic and organic at once. It coated my tongue the moment I crossed the threshold, as if the air itself had been chewed and swallowed by something with too many teeth. I started keeping a journal, nothing dramatic, just notes about when the taste was strongest, what I'd eaten, whether the windows were open. The pattern emerged slowly. The taste intensified when I stood near the far wall, the one that shared space with the neighbor's unit. When I pressed my palm against the wallpaper, the surface felt warm. Not hot, just body temperature, wrong for drywall and paint. The first tooth appeared on a Tuesday. I found it under my pillow, pristine white with that telltale root still attached. Human, definitely human. An adult molar, perfect except for being in the wrong place entirely. I held it up to the light, studying the enamel, the way it caught the lamplight like polished bone. I should have thrown it away. Instead, I placed it in a small box on my nightstand and watched it, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did, but the taste grew stronger, more complex. Now it carried undertones of something sweet and rotten, like fruit left too long in the sun. More teeth began appearing, never where I expected them. In my coffee mug one morning, clean and dry as if they'd been soaking in bleach. 3 premolars lined up on the bathroom sink, arranged with surgical precision, each one perfect, each one wrong. I started photographing them, documenting their placement, their condition. The collection grew. The wall began to vibrate, subtle at first, barely noticeable unless I pressed my ear against it. A rhythmic pulsing like a heartbeat muffled by layers of insulation and wood. I knocked on it, listened to the hollow sound that walls make. But underneath that emptiness, something else. A wet, organic sound like breathing through fluid. I called a handyman. He spent an hour tapping, listening, checking for loose wiring or plumbing issues. Found nothing unusual. But when he left, I noticed he kept glancing back at the wall, his expression troubled. He'd tasted it too, I realized. The air had gotten into his mouth, coated his throat with that mineral wrongness. The teeth multiplied. I'd find them in my shoes, tucked between the pages of books, rolling around in empty drawers, always clean, always perfect. I began to recognize patterns in their arrangement. Sometimes they spelled out shapes, abstract symbols that meant nothing to me but felt significant, ancient, hungry. I started sleeping in the living room, but the taste followed me. It seeped through the walls, under doors, through the ventilation system. My dreams filled with the sound of grinding, of enamel against enamel, of something massive and patient working its way through solid matter one microscopic bit at a time. The wall grew warmer, now it pulsed with heat, and when I touched it, the wallpaper felt soft, almost yielding, like skin stretched too tight over something that wanted to emerge. I peeled back a corner and found the drywall underneath had changed color. Not white anymore, but pale pink, shot through with what looked like veins. I tried to document everything, but my camera began malfunctioning. The images came out wrong, showing shadows that weren't there, reflecting light that had no source. In one photograph, I could see something moving behind the wall, a dark shape pressing against the surface from the inside. The outline of fingers, or maybe roots, spreading and contracting in a rhythm that matched the pulsing I felt through the floor. The taste became unbearable. I couldn't eat, couldn't drink without that metallic coating overwhelming everything else. I bought masks, air purifiers, anything that might filter whatever was seeping from the walls. Nothing worked. The taste was inside me now, part of my blood, my breath, my thoughts. I found myself grinding my teeth at night, jaw clenched so tight I woke with splitting headaches. In the morning I'd discover new gaps in my mouth, empty sockets where molars used to be, but I never felt pain, never tasted blood. The teeth simply vanished, leaving behind smooth, healed gums as if they'd never existed. The collection in my box grew larger, not just my teeth now, but others. Smaller ones, child-sized, older ones, yellowed with age, each one polished to perfection, each one carrying that same wrong taste that permeated everything. I began to understand that they weren't appearing randomly. They were being delivered, gifted, shared. The wall started to bulge, subtle at first, just a slight curve where the surface should have been flat, but each day brought new changes. The wallpaper stretched and tore, revealing that pink, vein-shot surface underneath. Sometimes I could see it moving, contracting like muscle tissue, like something vast and patient was pressing against the barrier between spaces, testing its strength. I stopped leaving the apartment. The taste was strongest there, but at least I knew what I was dealing with. Outside, the world felt thin, unreliable. Here, with the wall and the teeth and the pulsing heat, everything made a kind of sense. Horrible sense, but sense nonetheless. The breakthrough came during what should have been sleep. I lay on the couch, listening to the wall breathe when the sound changed. Less muffled now, more immediate. I opened my eyes and saw the bulge had become a tear, a vertical split running from floor to ceiling. Beyond it, darkness, not empty darkness, but full darkness, crowded with shapes that moved with purpose. Something reached through, not a hand, not exactly, but something with the intelligence of fingers and the flexibility of roots. It touched my face, traced the outline of my jaw, pressed gently against my lips. The taste exploded in my mouth, overwhelming and complete. I understood, finally, what it wanted. I opened my mouth and let it in. The thing slid past my teeth, down my throat, filling spaces I didn't know existed. It was warm, alive, grateful. It had been waiting so long for invitation, for acceptance. The taste wasn't a warning or a threat. It was a greeting, a handshake between worlds. Now I sleep by the wall. The tier has widened, become a doorway. Things move freely between spaces now, and I help them adjust to this side of reality. They leave me gifts, tokens of appreciation. Perfect teeth, arranged in patterns that tell stories I'm learning to read. The taste never leaves my mouth now. It's part of me, marking me as a translator, a bridge between what was and what is becoming. When visitors come to my door, I see them recoil from the smell, the wrongness that clings to everything here. They don't understand yet, but they will. The wall is teaching me patience. Soon, very soon, there will be enough teeth to build something beautiful. Something that will make the taste spread beyond these walls, beyond this building, until everyone can participate in the conversation that's been waiting beneath the surface of the world. I can hardly wait to see what grows from all these roots. Story 12, I'd removed the photo months ago, just didn't want it anymore. But each week a new image appeared inside the frame, always black and white, always grainy. At first just objects, a table, a shoe, then a room, then a hand, then a face blurred and twisted, looking directly at the lens. I smashed the glass, burned the frame. The next day it was back on the wall with a photo of me sleeping. The scent of developing chemicals hung in the air that morning, sharp and metallic, though I hadn't developed film in years. My darkroom equipment had been stored away since the divorce, gathering dust in the basement. Yet here I was, breathing in that familiar cocktail of fixer and stop bath, standing before the ornate silver frame that had once held our wedding portrait. The new photograph was crisp this time, no grain, no blur, just me captured in perfect detail, lying on my side with my mouth slightly open, one arm draped over the edge of the bed. The angle was impossible, shot from above as if someone had been floating near the ceiling. The timestamp in the corner read 3 days ago. I ran my fingers along the frame's surface. The metal felt warm, almost fever-hot, and seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. When I pressed harder, I could feel vibrations traveling through the ornate engravings, like whispered conversations conducted through the silver itself. The logical part of my mind cataloged possibilities, hidden cameras, an elaborate prank, a breakdown in my own perception. But the frame had been empty when I'd gone to bed. I'd checked it specifically, the way I'd been checking it every night for weeks, making sure nothing new had appeared. I pulled out my phone and started documenting, photographed the frame from every angle, recorded video of myself touching it, speaking to it, even attempting to remove it from the wall. The mounting hardware seemed fused to the plaster, as if it had grown there organically. My recordings showed nothing unusual, just a man talking to an empty frame, his voice echoing strangely in the small room. But when I played the videos back, I could hear something else underneath my voice. A soft scratching sound, like fingernails on paper, or like someone writing with an old fountain pen. I began keeping a journal, detailed entries about each new photograph, measurements of the frame, temperature readings of the metal, even chemical analysis of the air around it. The pattern became clear after several weeks. The images were getting more personal, more intimate. Last week, a photo of me in the shower, water streaming down my face, eyes closed. The week before, one of me sitting at my kitchen table, holding a cup of coffee, but the reflection in the window behind me showed a different person entirely. The scratching sounds grew louder. Sometimes I could hear them during the day, coming from inside the walls as if something was moving between the studs and insulation. I started following the sounds, pressing my ear against different surfaces, trying to map their movement through the house. The sounds led me to the basement. Behind my old darkroom equipment, I found a hole in the foundation wall. Not a crack or structural damage, but a perfect circle about the size of a dinner plate, edges smooth as if they'd been polished. The hole was deep enough that my flashlight couldn't reach the bottom, and when I dropped a stone into it, I never heard it land. That night, I positioned myself in the living room with a clear view of the frame. I would catch whatever was happening, document it, prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. The house settled into its familiar nighttime sounds, the refrigerator cycling, the heating system clicking on and off. But underneath these normal sounds, I could hear that scratching again, more insistent now, coming from everywhere and nowhere. Around what felt like midnight, the scratching stopped. The silence was complete. Even the ambient noise of the house had ceased. No electrical hum, no distant traffic, nothing. The frame began to glow. Not with light exactly, but with an absence of darkness. The silver became luminous, casting no shadows, reflecting nothing. I could see my own reflection in the metal border, but it was wrong. In the reflection, I was still a child, maybe 7 years old, standing in what looked like a photography studio with old-fashioned equipment and heavy curtains. The child me in the reflection was crying. As I watched paralyzed, the glow intensified. The frame began to emit a low humming sound, like the buzz of fluorescent lights, but deeper, more resonant. It seemed to come from inside my bones. A new photograph materialized in the frame. This one was in color. It showed the basement hole, but from the inside looking up. I could see my own face peering down, distorted by the flashlight beam. But there was something else in the image. Standing behind me, barely visible in the shadows, was a figure in an old-fashioned photographer's coat, the kind with the long tails and high collar. The figure's face was obscured by shadow, but I could see hands, pale, long-fingered hands, adjusting an antique camera on a tripod. The camera in the photograph was pointed directly at me. I ran to the basement, my journal clutched in my hand. The hole was still there, but now it was filled with a soft, pulsing light. The scratching sound was coming from within it, amplified and echoing as if the hole was much deeper than it appeared. I knelt beside the opening and called down into it. My voice disappeared into the light without an echo, but something answered back. Not words exactly, but a sound that might have been my name, stretched and distorted, as if it had been traveling a great distance to reach me. The light in the hole began to pulse faster. The scratching became frantic, desperate. I could smell that chemical scent again, stronger now, mixed with something else. Something organic and sweet, like flowers left too long in water. I pressed my face to the opening, trying to see what was making the light. The warm air rising from the hole carried with it the sound of machinery, the mechanical clicking and whirring of old camera equipment. And underneath that, barely audible, the sound of someone breathing. The breathing matched my own rhythm exactly. I backed away from the hole, my journal falling open to reveal pages I didn't remember writing. The entries were in my handwriting, but the words were wrong. They described photographs I'd never seen, conversations I'd never had, a life I'd never lived. The final entry, written in increasingly erratic script, read, "The frame doesn't take pictures, it gives them back." When I looked up, the basement was filled with the soft glow. It emanated from everywhere, the walls, the ceiling, even the air itself. And in that gentle light, I could see them. Hundreds of frames covering every surface, each one containing a different photograph of me. Me as a child, me as a teenager, me sleeping, eating, walking, breathing. Me in places I'd never been, wearing clothes I'd never owned, living lives I'd never lived. But in every single photograph, standing just out of focus in the background, was the figure in the photographer's coat, getting closer in each image, more distinct, more real. I ran upstairs, but the glow followed me. The frames were multiplying, appearing on every wall, every surface. The scratching sound was coming from inside them now, as if something was trying to claw its way out of the photographs themselves. In the living room, the original frame was empty again, but as I watched, a new image began to form. This one showed me standing in my living room, staring at an empty frame, while behind me, clearly visible now, the figure in the photographer's coat was setting up another camera. I could hear the shutter click. The next morning, I found myself in the basement, sitting beside the hole with my journal in my lap. The pages were filled with entries I didn't remember writing, describing a life I didn't remember living. The basement walls were covered with photographs, but they were all empty frames now, just silver borders surrounding nothing. But when I looked closely, I could see shadows moving inside that nothing. And sometimes, if I listened carefully, I could hear the faint sound of someone breathing, just out of sync with my own rhythm. The hole in the foundation is still there. Sometimes I find myself sitting beside it, listening to the sounds that come from within. The scratching has stopped, but there's something else now. Something that sounds like footsteps walking up a very long set of stairs. Getting closer. I've started leaving the house during the day, but I always come back. The frames are waiting for me, and even though they're empty, I can feel something watching from within them. Something that knows me better than I know myself. Something that's been taking my picture for a very long time. The chemical smell is stronger now, and sometimes when I'm not thinking about it, I catch myself posing. Story 13, I live alone, I never have guests, but each day when I return, the couch cushions are sunken, the air around them warm, sometimes a pillow's been shifted, or the remote is face down instead of face up. I set up a camera, watched hours of footage, nothing moved, but at one point the screen flickered, and for a single frame something sat staring at the screen, from where I always sit. The fabric still holds the impression of weight when I place my palm against it. Not just warm, body warm, the kind of heat that lingers after someone has been sitting for hours. I press harder, feeling the foam compress under my fingers, and there's a subtle vibration, like a pulse barely detectable through the material. I started documenting everything. A notebook filled with observations, cushion depths measured with a ruler, temperature readings from a digital thermometer, photographs of every angle. The depression in the left cushion is always 3 inches deep, the right cushion barely 1, as if someone my exact size sits there, favoring their left side just like I do. The remote control became my focus. I'd place its screen up, volume buttons facing the ceiling, positioned precisely on the coffee table center. But I'd return to find it rotated 45 degrees or moved 2 inches to the left or sometimes completely flipped over. I drew chalk outlines around it, like evidence at a crime scene. The remote never stayed within the lines. My neighbor mentioned seeing lights in my apartment during the day, soft, flickering illumination moving from room to room. I checked every bulb, every switch, every electrical connection. Nothing was wrong, but when I touched the lampshades, they were warm. Not from the bulbs, those were cool to the touch. The warmth came from something else. I installed more cameras, one in each corner of the living room, another facing the couch directly. The footage showed nothing but empty space, my furniture sitting undisturbed in the pale daylight filtering through closed blinds, but the audio revealed something else entirely. A soft rustling like fabric against fabric, the creak of springs compressing, the whisper of air being displaced. The sounds grew clearer as I listened with headphones, volume turned high. I could hear breathing that wasn't mine. Slow, steady inhalations and exhalations that matched the rhythm of someone at rest. Sometimes there would be a small sigh or the wet sound of lips parting slightly. The microphone picked up what the cameras couldn't see. I started leaving the apartment for shorter periods. 15 minutes to buy milk, 10 minutes to check the mail. Each time I returned, the warmth was more pronounced, the cushions more deeply depressed. The air itself seemed thick, charged with the presence of something that shouldn't exist. The smell started 3 weeks after I'd noticed the first warm cushion. Sweet and cloying like vanilla mixed with something organic, it hung in the air near the couch, strongest in the exact spot where the impressions appeared. I bought air fresheners, cleaned the upholstery, even shampooed the carpet. But the scent persisted, growing stronger each day. I decided to stay home to catch whatever was happening in real time. I positioned myself in the kitchen where I could watch the living room through the doorway. The couch sat empty exactly as I'd left it, but as I watched, the cushions began to compress. Slowly, gradually, as if an invisible weight was settling into them. The fabric wrinkled and bunched. The springs creaked their familiar sound. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone to record. Through the screen, I watched the depression deepen. The pillow shifted, rotating slightly clockwise. The remote control slid across the coffee table's surface, metal buttons scraping against wood, all of it happening in complete silence except for the camera's mechanical whir. I approached the couch with my phone extended, recording everything. The cushions were warm under my free hand. The air shimmered slightly, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. I could feel resistance when I tried to sit down, as if pushing against something soft and yielding that I couldn't see. The camera's screen flickered. For one frame, 2 frames, something appeared in the viewfinder. An outline barely visible, sitting exactly where I always sit. Same posture, same position, same familiar slouch, but the face was wrong. Features that were mine but weren't mine. Eyes that stared directly into the lens with an expression I'd never worn. I dropped the phone. It clattered against the hardwood floor, screen cracking in a spider web pattern. When I picked it up, the video had corrupted. Nothing but static and digital noise. But the last frame was burned into my memory, that face, my face, wearing someone else's thoughts. The warmth followed me now, not just on the couch, but everywhere I sat. My office chair retained heat after I'd been gone for hours. The driver's seat in my car stayed warm overnight. Even the cold tile in the bathroom felt body temperature against my bare feet. I stopped sleeping in my bed. The mattress had developed its own impression, a permanent indentation that matched my body exactly. But when I lay down, I could feel something else there, sharing the space, breathing in rhythm with my lungs. The pillow next to mine would develop a small depression, as if a head was resting there. I tried staying away, booked a hotel room across town, thinking distance might break whatever connection had formed. But the hotel bed was warm when I arrived. The chair by the window held my weight before I'd even sat down. The mirror in the bathroom reflected my face, but sometimes the expression was wrong, showing emotions I wasn't feeling. The notebook filled with observations became my anchor to reality. Page after page of measurements, temperatures, times, descriptions. But when I reviewed my entries, some were written in handwriting that looked like mine but felt different. Slightly more careful, more deliberate. Words I didn't remember writing. It's comfortable here. The couch fits perfectly. I don't want to leave. I confronted the presence directly, sat on the couch and spoke aloud to the empty room, demanding answers. Who was there? What did they want? Why wouldn't they leave me alone? The air grew thicker, more oppressive. The cushions pressed back against my weight, and from somewhere very close I heard my own voice whisper back, I am leaving. You're the one who won't go. The revelation hit like cold water. I stood up, stumbled backward, understanding finally flooding through me. The couch wasn't warm because someone else had been sitting there. It was warm because I had never left. The impressions, the heat, the familiar weight, they were all mine. I was the presence haunting my own home. But then whose consciousness was standing here now, horrified and confused? Whose thoughts were these, running through a mind that belonged to someone else? I looked down at my hands, felt the floor beneath my feet, touched my face with trembling fingers. Everything felt real. Everything felt like me. The mirror across the room showed my reflection, but it was sitting on the couch, relaxed, comfortable, staring back at me with calm recognition. The me in the mirror raised a hand in greeting. The me standing in the room couldn't move at all. I haven't left the apartment since that day, or maybe I never came home. The couch is always warm now, perfectly fitted to my body. The remote stays exactly where I like it. The pillows never move, but sometimes when I'm sitting in my favorite spot, I can feel eyes watching me from across the room, standing where I used to stand, waiting for me to leave. I don't look toward the kitchen anymore. I don't want to see what's there, studying me with my own confused expression. The warmth is all around me now, comforting and inescapable. The couch has become my world, and I'm not sure I remember how to exist anywhere else. The notebook sits on the coffee table, filled with observations I don't remember making. The last entry is in my handwriting, but the words feel like someone else's thoughts. I found him. He's comfortable now. We both are. The couch was never empty. It was just waiting for us to realize we were both home. Story 14, it rose and fell, slowly, gently, like a sleeping creature just beneath the concrete. I thought I imagined it, but when I placed my palm on the cold ground, I felt it, a steady rhythm. I tapped back, once, twice. The breathing stopped, then I heard something shift, something big, just under the floor. The basement had always been my sanctuary. Down here, surrounded by boxes of forgotten memories and the gentle hum of the water heater, I found peace. The concrete floor, painted gray decades ago, had become my meditation space. I would sit cross-legged in the center, letting the coolness seep through my clothes, grounding myself in the solid reality beneath. But today, something was different. The first time I noticed it, I was organizing old photo albums. A subtle movement caught my peripheral vision. The floor seemed to undulate like water disturbed by a stone. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes. Stress, I told myself. Too many late nights, too much caffeine. But when I looked again, the concrete appeared to pulse ever so slightly, as if breathing. I knelt down, pressing my ear to the surface. Cold, silent, normal, yet beneath my chest I could swear I felt a gentle rise and fall, synchronized with something deeper than my own heartbeat. The sensation was almost maternal, comforting in its rhythm, yet deeply unsettling in its impossibility. Over the following days, I found myself drawn to the basement more frequently. I started documenting what I experienced, writing detailed notes in a leather journal I kept hidden behind the furnace. The breathing pattern seemed to intensify when I was alone, quiet, focused. It was most pronounced in the early morning hours when the house above slept and the world outside had not yet stirred. I measured the temperature of the floor with a digital thermometer. It registered normal, around 65 degrees. But certain spots felt warmer to the touch, forming an irregular pattern that seemed to shift from day to day. I traced these warm zones with chalk, creating a map of the anomaly. By the end of the week, my basement floor looked like a crime scene, covered in white outlines and arrows pointing to areas of interest. The breathing became more pronounced. Sometimes, if I sat very still, I could see dust motes dancing in the air above the floor, moving in perfect synchronization with the unseen inhalations and exhalations below. I started recording these sessions with my phone, hoping to capture evidence of what I was experiencing. The videos showed nothing unusual, just me, sitting alone in a basement, staring at an ordinary floor, but the audio picked up something else entirely. When I played back the recordings through headphones, I could hear it, a low, almost subsonic rumble that seemed to emanate from beneath the concrete. It wasn't mechanical. It wasn't the pipes or the heating system. It was organic, rhythmic, alive, and it was responding to my presence. I began conducting experiments. I would tap specific patterns on the floor and wait for responses. The breathing would pause, then resume with slight variations in timing. It was as if something was listening, learning, adapting to my attempts at communication. The thought both thrilled and terrified me. One evening, I brought down a stethoscope I had borrowed from a friend who worked in healthcare. I placed it against various points on the floor, moving methodically across the surface. Most areas revealed nothing unusual, just the expected silence of solid concrete. But in the center of the room, directly beneath where I usually sat, the stethoscope picked up something extraordinary. It was a heartbeat. Not human, too slow, too deep, too powerful. Each beat lasted several seconds, followed by a pause that seemed to stretch into eternity. The sound was muffled, as if coming from far below, but unmistakably organic. I sat there for what felt like hours, listening to this impossible rhythm, my own heart racing in counterpoint to the steady pulse beneath me. I started spending entire nights in the basement, sleeping on a thin mattress I had placed directly over the breathing spot. The sensation was indescribable, like floating on a gentle sea, rising and falling with each breath of whatever lay beneath. My dreams became vivid, filled with images of vast underground spaces, of tunnels that stretched beyond the boundaries of my property, of ancient things that had been sleeping far longer than my house had existed. The breathing began to affect the objects around me. Picture frames on the shelves would shift slightly, always in rhythm with the unseen respiration. The water heater, which had been perfectly silent for years, started emitting soft creaks and groans that matched the breathing pattern. Even the bare bulb hanging from the ceiling would sway gently, casting dancing shadows across the walls. I measured the dimensions of my basement carefully, comparing them to the architectural plans I had found in my filing cabinet. The space was exactly as it should be, 12 feet by 16 feet, with a ceiling height of 7 feet 6 inches. but the breathing seemed to originate from a much larger space, as if the cavity beneath my foundation extended far beyond the boundaries of my modest basement. I started researching the history of my property, spending hours at the local library archives. The land had been farmland before my neighborhood was developed, nothing unusual in its past. No reports of caves, no geological surveys mentioning underground formations. Yet the breathing continued, growing stronger with each passing day. The warmth from the floor began to spread. What had started as isolated patches now covered nearly the entire surface. My basement, which had always been notably cool, now felt temperate, almost tropical. I started wearing lighter clothing during my vigils, eventually finding myself comfortable in just a t-shirt and shorts even during the coldest nights. Then came the whispers. At first I thought it was the wind through the foundation vents, but the basement had no external ventilation. It was completely sealed from the outside. The sounds were coming from below, filtering up through the concrete like voices from another world. I couldn't make out words, but the tone was unmistakable, urgent, pleading, desperate to be heard. I pressed my ear to the floor, straining to understand. The whispers would stop whenever I tried to listen directly, resuming only when I pretended to ignore them. It was as if whatever was below wanted to communicate, but was afraid of being discovered. I began leaving offerings, small objects placed on the floor overnight to see if they would be affected. A penny, a paperclip, a small piece of bread. Each morning I would find them slightly moved, repositioned in ways that suggested deliberate interaction. The penny would be warmer than it should be. The paperclip would be bent into gentle curves. The bread would be gone entirely. The breathing rhythm started to change, becoming more erratic, more urgent. Sometimes it would stop entirely for several minutes, leaving me in absolute silence that felt more oppressive than the loudest noise. During these pauses, I would hold my own breath, waiting, listening for any sign that the presence below had not abandoned me. One night I decided to take action. I retrieved a small hammer from my toolbox and began tapping on the concrete, not the gentle experimental taps I had used before, but firm, purposeful strikes. I was trying to break through, to make contact with whatever was beneath. The breathing stopped immediately, replaced by a deep rumbling that seemed to come from all directions at once. The concrete began to warm rapidly under my hands. Then it started to vibrate, gently at first, then with increasing intensity. The entire basement seemed to pulse with life, the walls themselves breathing in harmony with the floor. I could feel the vibrations in my bones, in my chest, in my skull. I struck the concrete again, harder this time. The rumbling intensified, and for a moment I thought I saw the surface of the floor ripple like water. The hammer slipped from my suddenly sweaty hands, clattering across the basement floor. The sound echoed strangely, as if the space had grown much larger than its physical dimensions. The breathing resumed, but now it was different, faster, more agitated. The whispers returned, louder now, almost audible. I could swear I heard my name being called from somewhere far below, though I had never told anyone about my basement experiences. The voice was familiar yet impossible to place, like a half-remembered dream. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the center of the room, feeling the floor rise and fall beneath me, listening to the whispers that seemed to be growing more coherent with each passing hour. By morning, I was certain of one thing: whatever was below knew I was here, and it was no longer content to remain hidden. The breathing has not stopped since that night. If anything, it has become more pronounced, more insistent. The whispers have evolved into something approaching language, though in no tongue I recognize. The warmth has spread beyond the basement now, seeping up through the floorboards of my house, creating hot spots that move throughout the day like a living presence exploring its boundaries. I continue to document everything, though I have stopped trying to rationalize what I experience. The basement has become a doorway, a threshold between my world and something else entirely. Each night, I descend the stairs and take my place on the breathing floor, feeling myself becoming part of whatever vast presence lies beneath. The breathing continues, steady and patient, as if it has all the time in the world to wait for whatever comes next. And I remain here, listening, feeling, slowly understanding that I am no longer simply observing this phenomenon, I am becoming part of it. The concrete beneath me rises and falls, and I breathe with it, synchronized with something ancient and enormous that has been waiting far longer than I can comprehend. The basement floor was breathing, and now so am I. Story 15, there was a drawer I never used, always stuck. Then one day it slid open effortlessly. Inside, something wrapped in wax paper. A note, a smell, something old and wrong. I threw it out, cleaned everything. But the drawer filled itself again by morning with something new, something wetter. The kitchen felt different that morning. Not colder exactly, but charged with an energy that made my skin prickle. I stood before the refrigerator, coffee mug trembling in my hand, staring at that bottom drawer, the one that had been jammed shut since I moved into this apartment months ago. Yesterday, it had opened like silk. The wax paper crinkled under my fingers as I unwrapped it the first time. Inside was a photograph, edges yellowed and curling. A family I didn't recognize standing in front of a house that looked familiar but wrong. The faces were blurred as if they'd been moving when the picture was taken, but their eyes were still, too still. The note underneath was written in handwriting I almost recognized. It said, "We're waiting for you to remember." I had thrown everything into the garbage disposal, run it until the grinding stopped, scrubbed the drawer with bleach until my eyes watered. But now, barely 12 hours later, there was something else. Something that made my stomach turn. This time the wax paper was damp. The photograph inside showed the same family, but they were closer now. Much closer. Close enough that I could see the details of their faces, the way their mouths hung open slightly as if they were trying to speak. The woman in the center had my mother's nose. The man beside her had my father's jawline. The children looked like me at different ages. But I had no siblings. My parents had been dead for years. I took pictures with my phone, documenting everything. The drawer, the contents, the handwriting on the new note that read, "You left us here." But when I looked at the photos later, they showed only an empty drawer, pristine and clean. The apartment began to feel smaller. Sounds became amplified. The refrigerator's humming grew louder, developing a rhythm that almost sounded like breathing. Sometimes I caught myself holding my breath, trying to match it. The fluorescent light above the sink flickered in patterns that seemed deliberate, like Morse code I couldn't decipher. I started recording everything. Audio files of the humming, temperature readings of the drawer, measurements of the space inside. The drawer was exactly 12 inches deep, but somehow the items I found seemed to come from much further back, as if the space extended beyond the physical boundaries of the refrigerator. The third morning brought a music box, tiny, delicate, with a ballerina that spun to a tune I remembered from childhood, but I'd never owned a music box. The melody was wrong too, slower than it should be, the notes stretching and warping like a record played at the wrong speed. When I wound it up, the ballerina turned, but her painted smile looked more like a grimace. The note this time was longer. "You used to dance to this song, in the kitchen, before you forgot us, before you chose to forget." I called my doctor, made an appointment. Maybe I was having some kind of breakdown. Stress could cause hallucinations, false memories. But the music box sat on my counter, solid and real, its melody echoing in my head even when the spring ran down. The smell began that afternoon, sweet and cloying like flowers left too long in water. It seemed to seep from the refrigerator itself, growing stronger whenever I opened any door. I cleaned everything again, replaced the filters, checked for spoiled food. Nothing, but the smell persisted, and underneath it was something else. Something that reminded me of my grandmother's house, of Sunday dinners and birthday cakes and Christmas mornings. Memories I didn't trust. The fourth item was a child's drawing, crayon stick figures holding hands under a yellow sun. MY family written in uneven letters across the top. I recognized the drawing style. The way the arms stuck out at odd angles, the triangle dresses, the circular heads with dot eyes. I had drawn like that once, but this wasn't my drawing. I would have remembered making it. Wouldn't I? I started sleeping in the living room, but the sound of the refrigerator carried through the thin walls. That rhythmic humming, now accompanied by soft clicks and whirs that seemed to form patterns. I recorded hours of it, played it back at different speeds, looking for meaning. Sometimes I thought I could hear voices underneath the mechanical sounds, familiar voices calling my name. The fifth morning I found a key, old-fashioned brass with an ornate head that fit perfectly in my palm. It was warm to the touch, as if someone had been holding it. The note said, "For the room you locked away." I searched my apartment frantically, trying every door, every drawer, every cabinet. The key fit nothing, but it felt important, necessary. I carried it with me, checking and rechecking, convinced I was missing something obvious. The mirror in the bathroom began to bother me, not because of what I saw, but because of what I didn't see. My reflection looked right, but incomplete somehow, as if parts of me were missing, cropped out of the frame. I started avoiding mirrors entirely, covering them with towels. The sixth item was a wedding ring, white gold with a small diamond that caught the light in familiar ways. It fit my finger perfectly, left a slight indent when I removed it. The note was brief, "You promised forever." I had never been married, never even been engaged, but the ring felt right on my finger, like it belonged there. I found myself twisting it absently, the way long-time married people do. The gesture felt natural, learned, muscle memory from a life I'd never lived. The drawer was changing too, growing deeper, its back wall seeming to recede further each time I opened it. I measured again and again, but the numbers never made sense. The space inside was larger than the refrigerator itself, defying physics in ways that made my head ache. I stopped eating. Food tasted wrong, like it had been seasoned with dust and regret. The refrigerator's humming grew louder, more insistent. Sometimes I thought I could hear my name woven into the mechanical chorus. Sometimes I was sure of it. The seventh morning brought the worst thing yet, a birth certificate. My name, but with parents I didn't recognize, a birthplace I'd never seen, siblings listed that didn't exist, but the handwriting was mine. The signature at the bottom was mine. The paper felt genuine, official, real. I stared at it for hours, trying to make sense of the discrepancies. The date of birth was wrong by 3 years. The mother's name was similar to the one I remembered, but different, Sarah instead of Sandra. The father's name was completely foreign, yet when I said it aloud, it felt familiar on my tongue. The room began to shift around me. Walls that had been white looked cream-colored now. The kitchen tile had a pattern I didn't remember choosing. The refrigerator itself seemed different, older, more weathered, but I couldn't point to specific changes. Everything looked right and wrong simultaneously. I tried to leave, packed a bag, called friends, made plans to stay somewhere else. But every time I reached for the door, my hand stopped. Some invisible force held me back, or maybe it was something inside me. A need to know, to understand, to remember what I'd forgotten. The eighth item was a photograph of me, but not me as I knew myself. This version was smiling, arms around people I didn't recognize but somehow loved. We were standing in a kitchen that looked exactly like mine, but felt completely different. Warm, lived in, full of memories I couldn't access. The note was in my handwriting again. "This is who you really are." I pressed my fingers against the drawer's back wall, feeling for the boundary between what was real and what was impossible. The surface gave slightly under pressure, like skin, warm and yielding and alive. I jerked my hand back, but the sensation lingered on my fingertips. The ninth morning I found nothing. The drawer was empty, clean, ordinary, but the absence felt worse than the presence had been. I checked every few minutes, hoping for something, anything, to appear. The silence was deafening. Then I noticed the photographs on my refrigerator door. held up by magnets I didn't remember buying, pictures of the family from the first wax paper package, but now they included me. I was standing with them, smiling, part of their group. In some photos I was younger, in others older. In all of them I looked happy. I had no memory of taking these pictures, no memory of these people, but my face, my smile, my posture all looked natural, unforced, like I belonged there. The final item appeared that night. I found it not in the drawer but sitting on my kitchen counter. A letter, sealed, addressed to me in my own handwriting. Inside was a single sentence, "Welcome home." The refrigerator had gone silent, no humming, no clicking, no mechanical breathing, but the quiet was worse than the noise had been. It felt expectant, waiting. The kitchen lights dimmed without my touching the switch. The shadows in the corners grew deeper, more defined. I understood then that I had been choosing every morning which version of myself to be. The one who lived alone, with no family, no connections, no past worth remembering, or the one who belonged to something larger, something that had been waiting patiently for me to remember. The drawer slides open now without resistance. Inside, there's always something new, something that helps me remember who I used to be, who I still am underneath the forgetting. The family visits me now, not in person, but in ways I can feel. The woman who might be my mother leaves flowers that smell like my childhood. The man who might be my father adjusts the thermostat when I'm cold. The children who might be my siblings leave toys in places I'll stumble over, reminding me to play. I don't know if they're real or if I'm losing my mind. I don't know if the memories returning are true or if I'm creating them from desperate longing. But the drawer keeps filling, and I keep opening it, and somewhere in the space between what I remember and what I've forgotten, I'm learning to be whole again. The refrigerator hums its breathing song, and I find myself humming along, remembering the harmony I once knew by heart. Story 16, even turned off, it hummed softly, not like electronics warming, like it was thinking. One night I caught my reflection in the black screen, except it wasn't me. The expression was wrong, too aware. The eyes didn't blink. I turned the TV away from the bed. The next day it was facing me again. The apartment came furnished, the television mounted on the wall opposite my bed. Heavy, old-fashioned, with a thick glass screen that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The landlord mentioned it was permanent, part of the rental agreement. I didn't question it then. I should have. The first week passed normally. I watched the news, streamed movies, used it like any other screen, but gradually I noticed the hum. Even when powered down, even when unplugged, that soft electrical whisper continued. I pressed my ear against the back panel. The sound seemed to come from deeper inside, like distant conversation through water. I started leaving the remote on the nightstand, checking its position each morning. The television would be angled differently, just slightly, as if it had shifted during the night to get a better view. I began marking the exact position with tape on the wall mount. The marks never aligned the next day. My reflection became increasingly troubling. Not just the wrong expression, but wrong posture, wrong timing. I would raise my hand, and the reflection would respond a heartbeat later, as if processing the movement first. Sometimes it would smile when I wasn't smiling. Sometimes it would turn its head while I remained still. I bought a notebook and began documenting everything. The hum grew louder at certain hours, forming what sounded like patterns. I recorded it with my phone, played it back slowed down. Voices emerged from the static. Not words exactly, but inflections, cadences, conversations in a language I almost recognized. The room started feeling smaller. The television dominated the space more each day, its dark screen reflecting distorted versions of everything around it. My furniture looked different in its surface, arranged in ways that made no sense. My own movements appeared deliberate and purposeful, even when I felt confused and uncertain. I covered the screen with a blanket. The fabric grew warm against the glass, developing wet patches that formed shapes resembling faces. I removed the blanket and found condensation on the inside of the screen, droplets that spelled out words I couldn't quite read before they evaporated. The electrical system in the building began acting strangely. Other tenants complained about their devices turning on by themselves, displaying channels that shouldn't exist, showing footage of empty rooms that looked suspiciously like our own apartments. The building manager investigated but found no problems with the wiring. I tried unplugging every electronic device in my apartment, but the hum persisted. It seemed to emanate from the walls themselves now, a low frequency that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. I realized the sound wasn't coming from the television. The television was listening to something else. One evening I noticed the remote control had moved again, but this time it was pointing at me instead of the screen. I hadn't touched it. The batteries were dead, had been dead for days, yet the little red light blinked steadily. I pressed random buttons and the television responded, cycling through channels that showed only static, except the static moved with intention, forming patterns that hurt to look at directly. The reflection in the screen became more autonomous. It would move around the room while I remained in bed, exploring, examining objects with hands that moved independently of mine. Sometimes it would approach the screen from the inside, pressing its palms against the glass, and I would feel a corresponding pressure on my own hands. I started sleeping in the living room, but I could still hear the television through the wall. The hum had become a symphony now, multiple frequencies weaving together in harmonies that made my skin crawl. I could hear my own voice mixed into the sound, saying things I didn't remember saying, having conversations with someone I couldn't see. The notebook filled with observations that I didn't remember writing. My handwriting, my words, but describing events I hadn't experienced. Or had I? The boundary between sleep and waking had become unclear. I would write entries about watching myself through the television screen, about receiving instructions through the static, about agreeing to something I couldn't quite remember. The television began showing programs during the day even when turned off, not on the screen, but reflected in every glossy surface in the apartment. The microwave, the bathroom mirror, the windows all displayed the same footage, me sleeping but from impossible angles, as if cameras were embedded in the walls, in the ceiling, in my own eyes. I tried to leave the apartment, but the hallway looked different. The numbers on the doors had changed, and my key no longer fit any of them. The elevator buttons were labeled with symbols instead of floor numbers. The stairwell descended in directions that shouldn't exist. I found myself back in my apartment without remembering how I got there. The television was on when I returned, showing a live feed of the empty hallway I had just been in. I watched myself approach the door, watched myself struggle with the key, watched myself give up and come back inside. But in the footage, I was smiling, I was calm. I walked with purpose, as if everything was going according to plan. The reflection in the screen had become more real than my actual body. It moved with confidence while I stumbled through confusion. It seemed to know things I didn't, understand things I couldn't grasp. Sometimes I would catch it looking at me with pity, as if I were the reflection, the copy, the one who didn't belong. I placed my hand against the screen and the reflection did the same, but the glass felt warm, yielding, almost liquid. My hand began to sink into the surface and I felt another hand grabbing mine from the other side. The reflection pulled and I felt myself being drawn toward the screen, toward the dark space beyond the glass where the real conversation was taking place. The last thing I wrote in the notebook was a question: which one of us is real? But I found the answer written below it in handwriting that was mine but wasn't mine. Both, neither. The television will decide. Now I sit in the chair facing the screen and the reflection sits in its chair facing me. We mirror each other perfectly, but I can no longer tell which side of the glass I'm on. The hum has become a lullaby, and the static has become a language I finally understand. The television watches, and I watch back, and somewhere in between, the truth gets lost in the endless loop of observation and performance. The apartment is exactly as it was, but I am not. Something fundamental has shifted, and I cannot shift back. The television still hums, still turns to face me when I'm not looking, still shows me things I don't want to see. But now I hum back and turn to face it and show it things it doesn't want to see. We are watching each other now, the television and I, in a conversation that has no words and no end. Story 17. Letters began arriving from no one, handwritten, no address, just notes, warnings, descriptions of my house I hadn't told anyone. Then one letter contained a drawing of my hallway, accurate down to the crack in the paint. I blocked the mail slot, sealed it with boards. That night I found another letter on my pillow, the seal still unbroken. The metal slot had always been cold to the touch, even during the warmest days. I'd felt it vibrate slightly when mail pushed through, a normal mechanical response. But lately, the vibration lingered. Minutes after the postal worker left, the metal continued trembling against my fingertips like a tuning fork struck in silence. The first letter arrived on a Tuesday. Cream-colored paper, the kind you find in expensive stationery stores. My name written in careful cursive across the front, no return address, no postmark. Inside, a single line, the kitchen window faces west, but the morning light shouldn't reach the counter at that angle. I read it twice, then walked to my kitchen. The morning sun streamed across the granite counter, illuminating the coffee maker and fruit bowl. Normal, expected, but the observation was correct. The window did face west. The light should have been impossible at that hour. I kept the letter, started a folder. The second arrived 3 days later. Same paper, same handwriting. The floorboard under the bathroom sink squeaks when stepped on from the left side only. You've learned to avoid it. My breath caught. I had learned to avoid it. The squeak happened only when I approached from the left, reaching for towels beneath the sink. I'd adjusted my movements without conscious thought, stepping right instead of left, but I'd never mentioned this to anyone, never written it down, never even acknowledged it to myself until that moment. I began documenting everything, photographed each letter, noted the exact position where I found them, measured the paper dimensions. The folder grew thicker. Letter 3 described the way I arranged books on my nightstand, largest to smallest, spines aligned precisely with the table edge. Letter 4 mentioned how I always checked the door locks twice before bed, turning the handle after each check to ensure the mechanism engaged properly. These weren't observations someone could make from outside. These were intimate details of my private rituals, habits so ingrained they'd become invisible to me. I installed a security camera aimed at the front door. The footage showed the postal worker arriving each morning, sliding letters through the slot, but the personal letters never appeared on camera. They simply materialized inside, already present when I checked. The handwriting began changing, still cursive, but the pressure varied. Sometimes light, barely impressions on the paper. Other times the ink pressed so hard it nearly tore through. The letters grew longer, more detailed. You talk to yourself while cooking, not words, just sounds. Humming that becomes almost singing, then stops abruptly when you realize you're doing it. The melody is always the same, though you can't remember where you learned it. I froze reading this. The melody existed. I could feel it in my throat, waiting to emerge, but I couldn't place its origin. Childhood, a forgotten song. The notes felt familiar, yet completely foreign. I began recording myself, set up my phone to capture audio during daily routines. The recordings confirmed what the letter described. A wordless tune, always the same sequence of notes, always cut short when awareness struck. The drawings started with letter 8. Simple sketches at first, the view from my bedroom window, the arrangement of shoes by the front door, but the detail was impossible. The artist had captured the exact angle of shadows, the precise way objects sat in relation to each other. Letter 9 contained a floor plan of my house, every room accurately proportioned, every piece of furniture in its correct position. Even the houseplants were marked, with small X's indicating dead leaves I'd forgotten to remove. I sealed the mail slot, screwed a piece of plywood over it, then added metal brackets for extra security. The slot disappeared beneath my makeshift barrier. That night I found a letter on my pillow, the envelope sealed, unbroken. Inside, a single sentence. The slot worked both ways. I tore through the house, checking every window, every door. The locks remained secure, no signs of entry. The letter had appeared as if materialized from air. The next morning I found another letter. This one lay on the kitchen counter, propped against the coffee maker. The paper felt warm, as if recently handled. You're reading this now. Your hands are shaking slightly. You're wondering if you're losing your mind. The answer is both yes and no. My hands were shaking. I hadn't noticed until the letter mentioned it. Go to the mail slot, remove the barriers, press your ear against the metal. I couldn't resist. The compulsion felt stronger than fear. I pried off the plywood, unscrewed the brackets. The metal slot underneath was cold, colder than I remembered. I pressed my ear to the opening. Breathing, soft, rhythmic breathing from the other side. I jerked back. The breathing stopped. Go to your bedroom, look in the mirror above your dresser, but don't look at yourself. I walked to my bedroom, legs moving without conscious direction. The mirror reflected my room, bed, nightstand, closet, but behind my reflection, barely visible, another figure stood. Same height, same build, but facing away from the glass. I turned around, nothing there, looked back at the mirror. The figure remained, still facing away. Wave your left hand. I lifted my left hand. In the mirror, both figures, my reflection and the other, raised their right hands. The slot worked both ways, messages in, messages out. You've been writing to yourself, but yourself has been writing back. The final letter appeared in my hand as I read. No envelope this time, just paper materializing between my fingers. The process is complete. The separation is gone. You'll find more letters now. Some mornings you'll wake up with ink on your fingers. Some evenings you'll discover notes in your own handwriting that you don't remember writing. The conversation continues. I looked at my hands. Blue ink stained my fingertips. When had that happened? I found a pen in my pocket. I don't remember putting it there. Without willing it, my hand began moving across the paper. Words appeared in my handwriting, but I wasn't choosing them. The mail slot worked both ways. It always had. You just needed to understand which side you were on. I stopped writing. The pen dropped from my fingers. In the mirror, the other figure finally turned around. It wore my face, but the eyes were different. Older, tired, it smiled and waved. I waved back without choosing to. The letters continue arriving. Some mornings I find them slipped under my door. Other mornings I wake up writing them. The handwriting matches perfectly, both versions mine, both versions foreign. I've stopped trying to block the mail slot. It doesn't matter anymore. The messages find their way through regardless. The conversation between myself and myself continues, and I can no longer tell which voice is which. The only certainty is that the letters keep coming, and I keep writing back, and somewhere in the exchange, the person I was became the person I am becomes the person I'm writing to. The mail slot worked both ways. It always had. Story 18. Mirrors began to behave strangely, not just delays, more like reluctance. I'd turn my head and my reflection would linger. I'd step away and it would still be there, half-turned, watching. One night I covered them all. The next morning the covers were on the floor, and every surface, metal, water, glass, held a face. Not mine, but one that was trying to replace me. The first anomaly appeared during my morning routine. Steam still clung to the bathroom mirror from my shower, and as I wiped it clean with my palm, something felt wrong. The warmth of the glass seemed to pulse beneath my fingers like skin with a heartbeat underneath. I pressed harder, and the surface yielded slightly, as if it were not solid at all but some kind of membrane. My reflection stared back, but its eyes remained fixed on mine even as I turned to grab my toothbrush. The movement should have been simultaneous, should have been natural. Instead, there was a fraction of hesitation, a moment where my mirror self seemed to consider whether it wanted to follow. I convinced myself it was fatigue, work stress, the kind of visual tricks an overtired mind plays when you've been staring at screens for too long, but the feeling persisted throughout the day, a constant awareness of being watched from every reflective surface I passed. The refrigerator door became my first test. I stood in the kitchen, observing my distorted reflection in the stainless steel. When I raised my hand, the reflection raised its hand. When I stepped left, it stepped left. Normal, predictable. But when I turned to walk away, I caught something in my peripheral vision. The reflection had not moved. It stood there, hands still raised, watching me leave. I spun around. The reflection was gone. The surface showed only the kitchen behind me. That evening I began documenting. I positioned my phone to record while I stood before the hallway mirror. The footage showed nothing unusual. My reflection moved in perfect synchronization. But watching it back, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. In the final frame, as I stepped out of view, my reflection appeared to take one additional step forward, closer to the surface of the mirror. The next morning brought a new discovery. The bathroom mirror, which I had left spotless, bore a single handprint, not on the surface, but somehow within the glass itself, as if someone had pressed their palm against the back side. The print was my size, my shape, but when I placed my hand over it, the lines didn't match. The fingers were longer, the palm wider. I scraped at the glass with my fingernails, trying to remove the mark. The surface felt warm again, and I could swear I felt a pulse beneath my touch. As I worked, the handprint seemed to shift, the fingers curling inward as if trying to grip something on the other side. The smell came next, a scent I couldn't place, something between copper and ozone, like the air after lightning strikes. It emanated from every reflective surface in my home. The bathroom mirror, the television screen, the chrome faucets, even the dark windows at night. The odor was strongest when I looked directly at my reflection, weaker when I turned away. I bought blackout curtains and thick towels, covering every mirror and reflective surface I could find. The house felt safer immediately, wrapped in darkness and non-reflective surfaces, but the relief was temporary. I woke to find every covering on the floor, neatly folded as if someone had carefully removed them while I slept. The mirrors were clean, too clean. They held a strange luminescence, as if lit from within, and in each one my reflection stood waiting, but it was wrong. The face was mine, but the expression was different, hungry, patient, as if it had been standing there all night, waiting for me to wake up. I stopped looking directly at mirrors, but that only made things worse. In my peripheral vision, I caught glimpses of movement that didn't correspond to my own. My reflection would turn its head while I looked straight ahead. It would take a step forward while I remained still. It would smile while I frowned. The breaking point came when I realized it wasn't just mirrors anymore. Every surface that could cast a reflection had become a window. The black screen of my turned-off television showed my face, but the mouth was moving, speaking words I couldn't hear. The surface of my coffee grew still, and instead of showing the ceiling above, it showed my face looking up from below, eyes wide with an expression I had never made. I tried to break free from the phenomenon. I left the house, thinking distance might help, but the windows of parked cars, the puddles on the sidewalk, the polished surface of a restaurant table, they all held the same wrong reflection. A face that was mine but wasn't, growing more confident with each viewing, more present. The final realization came when I noticed my shadow. It fell in the wrong direction, unaffected by the light source above. And when I moved, it moved differently, with gestures that seemed more natural than my own. as if the shadow knew how to be me better than I did. Now every reflective surface in my home shows the same scene. My reflection stands in rooms I'm not in, wearing clothes I don't own, living a life that mirrors mine but isn't mine. It waves when I enter a room, smiles when I look confused, and points at things I can't see. The copper smell has grown stronger. The surfaces pulse with warmth when I touch them. And lately I've begun to notice that my reflection appears more solid than I feel. Its colors are more vivid, its movements more decisive. It looks like the real version of me, while I feel like I'm becoming the reflection. I've stopped sleeping near mirrors, but it doesn't matter. The reflection is there when I wake, rested and alert, watching me with eyes that know something I don't. It's growing stronger while I grow weaker, more real while I become more transparent. Yesterday I reached out to touch the bathroom mirror, and my reflection reached back. For a moment our palms should have met at the surface of the glass. Instead, my reflection's hand passed through, and I felt fingers that were not mine brush against my skin. They were warm, solid, more real than my own touch. The reflection smiled, and I realized it had been waiting for this moment. The moment when it could finally step through and take its place in the world I used to inhabit. The moment when I would become the reflection, trapped behind the glass, watching helplessly as it lived my life better than I ever could. I can feel myself fading, becoming less substantial with each passing hour. The reflection grows more confident, more present. It knows my routines, my habits, my thoughts. It's been studying me, learning to be me, preparing for the switch. And now, as I write this, I can see it in the black screen of my laptop, nodding approvingly at my words. It's pleased with my understanding, satisfied that I finally comprehend what's happening. The reflection refused to leave because it never intended to. It was always planning to stay, to take my place, to become the real me, while I fade into the background of silvered glass and polished metal. Tomorrow it will wake up in my bed, in my body, in my life. And I will be the one behind the mirror, watching, waiting, learning how to be human from someone who does it better than I ever did. The transformation is almost complete. I can feel myself becoming less solid, more reflection than reality. And in every surface around me, I can see the other me, the better me, the me that was always meant to be. It's smiling now, and I understand why. The reflection didn't refuse to leave. It was never the reflection at all.